Test, test. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Progressive Pulse. We'll let people trickle in as they come. Letting everybody know right now on social media that we are live and we have a lot to talk about today. I just posted on Instagram to let my entire audience know that the show has begun. And when that happens, everybody starts trickling in because we are the fastest growing progressive movement in the country. Ran out of coffee, so I'm drinking this days old soda pop. Can't be healthy, but that's going to be my caffeine and sugar for today's episode. Will we hear from President Trump today? That's the plan. He didn't speak yesterday. He canceled his appointment to speak. He was supposed to sign a proclamation in the Oval Office. We later found out that proclamation was related to the healthcare industry. It was going to be about pharmaceutical ads on television, something that I need to look into more. But I will say this, something happened yesterday that prompted him not to come out and speak, whether it was the Epstein news or what took place in Poland, which we are about to get into. First things first, I want to break down everything that's happening in Eastern Europe. If you don't know what I'm talking about, last night, well, essentially yesterday afternoon, Russian drones were spotted in Polish airspace. They were flying in eastern Poland, likely during an operation where Russia was striking Ukraine, and Poland shot down these drones. And they ended up closing an airport in eastern Poland, and they ended up closing their border with Belarus due to military drills that were happening there. So it's very bizarre what's taking place there. I'm going to get you up to speed, give you the context as to what happened last night before we talk about what's going to be Trump's response. What is the United States going to do in response? Well, Donald Trump, he says, here we go. Seriously, that was what he tweeted this morning. I'm going to show you so you know I'm telling the truth. Ready? Take a look at this. The only thing that he's said so far relevant to this crisis that's about to take place. Make sure everyone can see that. Real quick, gonna fix my screen. He says, what is Russia doing violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. What does he mean by here we go? What do his supporters think that he means? Do Trump supporters even, and what is with all the ads on Trump's website nowadays? Like, I can't even navigate this thing. This is like worse than Twitter. Oops. Oh my goodness. You can't even use his website anymore. If I click this X. Okay, where did he tweet? What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. Maybe it's because I'm not signed in. I can't read the comments right now, which is fine, honestly. It's probably for the best. Pretty disgusting stuff usually on his website. Let me let everybody know right now that we're live, by the way. If you have a friend that watches the show and they don't know that I'm currently live, let them know that it's time to tune in. Because, yeah, this could be a big show. Not to mention that Trump went out to dinner last night in D.C. to show how safe it was, and he got ambushed at his restaurant by protesters who were screaming, "Free D.C., free Palestine, Trump is the Hitler of our time." And I couldn't agree more with what these protesters were saying. So I think in order of operations, let's take a look at that first so that we can show you the full context of everything that's happening in the world right now. Take a look at this. Ready? This is from The Guardian, by the way. Good afternoon, Rock the Mic. So yeah, President Trump went out for dinner about a block away from the White House. He took members of his cabinet, so J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth were there. He did this after canceling his work for the day. He didn't show up to the Oval Office to sign a proclamation, even though reporters were waiting for hours. He took a few questions outside the restaurant. He wanted to go show how safe D.C. was. I don't think he was expecting this surprise that he saw when he got to the restaurant.
Free D.C., free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free D.C., free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free D.C., free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free D.C., free Palestine!
Look at him. He's like, get out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. I don't like to hear that mean stuff.
Trump is the Hitler of our time!
Come on, let's go. Get him out of here. Come on, let's go. I gotta eat my steak.
Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free D.C., free Palestine!
You should all be ashamed that he was welcomed here. He's terrorizing communities in
Let's go. Time to go.
He's terrorizing communities all over the world, from Puerto Rico to the Philippines.
Yeah, and that restaurant, they should be ashamed of themselves for even allowing this to happen. I know now, people will always say, oh, it's the president. It's good for business. It's so exciting. What an honor. This is not a normal president, people. This is not a fucking normal president. This guy's a criminal. He's a criminal, and he's a fascist thug. And he just took over the whole city with the National Guard. And now you have him in your restaurant, dining, and ultimately this is more embarrassing for your restaurant because who's going to eat there now knowing that this happened?
To Venezuela! He is terrorizing communities! He is not welcome to D.C. He's not welcome to Palestine! Palestine is not for sale!
Free D.C., free Palestine!
Well, you could hear people booing too. That's pretty insane. Wow, I mean, listen, I'm glad she also mentioned Venezuela because they literally bombed a boat in Venezuela filled with civilians. And they're telling us that they were drug dealers. And they weren't. And even if they were drug dealers, they didn't prosecute them. They didn't lock them up in jail. They just blew them up. That's absurd. And it's an act of war. But of course, the No New Wars crowd will say Donald Trump will never take us to war. How could he? He's the No New Wars president. Well, he just bombed innocent people in civilian waters, international waters in the Caribbean. And by the way, do people realize that we have 4,000 Marines stationed near Venezuela right now, ready to go in and invade Venezuela? I don't think people realize that. So, but that was good to see. The image of the woman holding the Palestine flag right in front of Donald Trump is a very iconic image now. Let me see if I can actually just find that image. Because I think that's one that's going to stand the test of time. Let's see. There's this right here. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit on it, and I'll show you. Take a look at this, folks. This image right here of Trump standing, staring directly at her, and she's holding up the Palestinian flag. Because remember, he is the one responsible for so much of the death and destruction that's taking place. And he is the one that's going to continue the genocide. So when she says Trump is the Hitler of our time, between him and Netanyahu, she has a point. She has a point. And by the way, I'm a Jewish American, and I can recognize that. Anybody should be able to acknowledge that what Israel is doing is unacceptable. So that's what happened last night. But what happened in Poland? This is a big deal because all Trump has said so far is here we go.
Breaking news.
That's all he's had to say so far. Just here we go. Very cryptic, very concerning message. I'm going to get the live going on TikTok as well so people start to trickle in from there. But yeah, what does he mean by that when he says, here we go? Take a look. When's he supposed to speak today? Good question. I don't want to promise anything because we know yesterday he did not show up on time or at all. But what was scheduled for yesterday is supposed to happen today. So he's supposed to speak at some point this morning, this afternoon. It's morning where I am, 11:11 right now, make a wish. But it's 2:11 in DC, so you would expect him to speak at some point within the hour. And as soon as he comes to speak to the media, I will bring that to you live. But I want to show you real quick some coverage of what happened in Poland, because this is hopefully what Trump is going to talk about today. And if you're wondering why is this relevant, listen, Donald Trump is telling us that he's trying to get a peace deal done. But at the same time, every time he meets with Putin, Putin goes and then bombs Ukraine. And now Putin has drones flying carelessly into Polish airspace. And Poland is a part of NATO. And they activated Article 4 today, which is a serious escalation of concern. And we can get into what that means. Wait. Oh. Real quick, hang on. I'm going to go live on TikTok, and then I'll show you this broadcast. But this could be a serious escalation of the war where we may not know if peace is even coming anytime soon. Okay, going live on TikTok now. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, if he shows up. Okay. So remember, when we were live yesterday, we had breaking news that Russian drones were spotted in Polish airspace. They had to close one of Poland's airports. And then now it's being reported they shot down these drones. NATO has activated Article 4. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, what is going on in Poland, and how is Trump going to respond to this?
Breaking news out of Poland. The military there accusing Moscow of an act of aggression after Polish and NATO forces scrambled to shoot down Russian drones that violated its airspace. Prime Minister Donald Tusk has confirmed a military response operation is underway following multiple airspace violations.
Let's read it. He says, attention, during today's attack by the Russian Federation carrying out strikes on targets located in Ukraine, our airspaces was repeatedly violated by drone-type objects. An operation is underway to identify and neutralize these objects. On the orders of the operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces, weaponry has been deployed and services are actively working to locate the downed objects. We stress that the military operation is ongoing and we urge people to remain at home. The most affected areas are the Podleski, Mazowiecki. Yeah, that goes to show how much Polish I know. But folks, this was, sure, an accident by Russia flying drones into Poland. Or was it a deliberate, evocative move, a move to get tensions going with Poland as well? Is Russia threatening NATO? Is Russia and Putin testing how much they can push NATO? Because Donald Trump has proved that Russia has all the cards. Russia has all the leverage in the situation. Trump says Zelensky has no cards. No, Trump gave the cards to Putin because Trump has basically showed the world that he doesn't care what happens to Ukraine. Therefore, Putin's thinking to himself, why would I end this war anytime soon? And by the way, Putin has no intention of ending the war in Ukraine because Putin knows that the war is vital to his political survival. If the war ends, Putin ends. Think about it. This war is the one thing that is giving Putin an enemy to point to for the Russian people. All your problems are because of Ukraine. Sounds a lot like how Donald Trump has declared war on our immigrant communities.
Polish and NATO jets were scrambled following reports from Ukraine's Air Force that Russian drones were headed towards the country's airspace. During the incident, Polish authorities shut down several major airports, including Warsaw International, and urged its citizens to stay indoors. The exact number of Russian drones over Poland remains unclear. We're joining us now for more is CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Thanks so much for joining us.
You bet, Linda. Always good to be with you.
So this marks the first time Poland has taken direct military action against airborne threats from Russia crossing into its territory since the war began.
And how is Russia going to respond? Obviously, Russia, they flew their drones into Polish airspace, but Poland has shot down their drones now. And Russia likely is not happy about that. I mean, they had to have expected that. They were flying them into another sovereign territory. But this could incite more tensions between Poland and Russia. Obviously, Poland is deeply tied to Ukraine. So we'll see what happens.
Just how significant is this moment?
It's very significant, Linda. One of the key aspects of this is the fact that the Poles felt compelled to shoot down at least some of the drones. Now, we don't know, as you mentioned, how many drones or even where they actually fell in Polish territory, but it's pretty clear from some of the postings that we've seen from Polish government officials that drone fragments can be found on Polish territory. So the Polish authorities are looking for those drone fragments. They've asked people to make sure that they stay away from those fragments, but that they inform the police that those fragments are there and that they can actually be located. So the Poles are obviously a frontline state. They're clearly sensitive to this kind of violation of their airspace. And it really marks the first time that there's been a concerted effort, not by the Russians to potentially take their drones into Polish airspace, but also a concerted effort by the Poles to respond with strength to these kinds of actions purportedly by the Russians.
Obviously, Poland has to defend themselves. If you're part of the Polish army, the Polish government, and Russian drones are coming into your airspace, you're going to shoot those drones down. You're not part of this war, but you're going to shoot those drones down. But then add in the fact that Poland is a NATO member, and that if Russia attacks Poland, an attack on one NATO country is an attack on all NATO countries. That would essentially drag the rest of the West into this war directly. So it would be less of a Cold War and it would become a war, because then you'd see Germany, France, UK, the United States obligated to probably send troops into Poland and fight the Russians with Poland. And that's a main reason why Ukraine desperately wants to be in NATO, because they know if they're in NATO, they have more protection against Russia. And that's one of the main reasons why Russia wants to invade all of Ukraine. So it's a very, very tricky cat and mouse game that's being played right now by these world leaders who are literally playing with the lives of innocent people. But the most fucked up part of all is that we are further to a peace deal now than we were when Trump entered office. Every chance at peace has been squashed by this president because he has failed to negotiate. He has sided with Russia over Ukraine, even though we are aligned with Ukraine. And Russia consistently undermines our elections. And Russia invaded another nation, a sovereign nation, bombing innocent people every single day. So I know we talk a lot about what's happening in Gaza on this channel, on my social media, but it's also important to acknowledge that every single day, the media sometimes doesn't talk about it, innocent people are getting blown to pieces in Ukraine. Russian drones are striking Ukrainian buildings on the daily. And this comes every single time. Trump says, I had a great call with Putin. We're so close to peace. And then literally 5 hours later, Putin blows up another city. Good job, Mr. President. You're doing a great job.
So it's a major change in the tenor of the basically frozen conflict that has existed between Poland and Russia up until this point.
Yeah.
Somebody in my comments says, I low-key want World War III to happen. What is this, a game to you, brother? You don't want that. And I know you might be joking, but listen to me. The people in Ukraine, they don't want that to happen. The people in Gaza right now, they don't want that to happen. Think about the actual lives that are being taken on a daily basis before you joke like that because you're bored right now and you want to see the world play itself out like it's some kind of reality TV event. This is real life we're dealing with right now. And for a lot of people, this could mean, my generation going directly into a world war. Who would be the ones fighting on the front lines? People my age are going to end up in Trump's draft if he brings back conscription.
Exactly. This isn't the first airspace violation by Russian drones, but certainly the first time Poland has activated its air defenses, scrambled its fighter jets. From a military perspective, what does this reveal about Poland's readiness to respond?
Well, what it looks like, at least right now, is that the Poles have a very heightened state of alert. And, obviously their alert phase has increased quite a bit because of the incursion of these drones. But the fact that they were able to respond so quickly indicates that they were already in a heightened state of alert. And that very fact is, I think, symptomatic of them being a frontline state, basically because they border both Ukraine and Belarus. Ukraine, of course, engaged in the war with Russia, Belarus, a Russian ally. And it also shows that with heightened tensions, there's an exercise that the Russians are going to be conducting with Belarus starting on Friday. That is going to also cause the Poles to have heightened readiness state.
If you're conducting operations with Belarus, sometimes these are even nuclear operations that they're conducting. What kind of message are you trying to send Poland? You're trying to bait Poland into this fight. It's almost like Putin is daring NATO to get involved because he knows it's more than just Ukraine. He knows that he's actually trying to reconfigure the world order. We just saw Russia, China, and North Korea. They all met and they were talking about how the West is a threat and that these three leaders need to align together. And look, we have way too much Russia phobia in this country. We have way too much China phobia. Okay. Our politicians tell us every single day that China is a threat to our livelihoods, even though that's the propaganda we're receiving. And China does so many things great. And they have so many innovations, things that we should learn as a country. But our politicians are trying to put us in a war against the Chinese people. They're trying to put us in a war against the Russian people. These people that are being ordered by their governments to potentially hate us as well. It's a very, very disturbing situation right now. I hope that when the pendulum swings back, like we're seeing, that progressive leftist leaders help cool global tensions, help us find peace deals that are actually sustainable, find new trade deals that benefit countries both ways. Because right now we have a president, Donald Trump, who doesn't care about what happens after he's gone. He wants to ride this out and take us all down with the ship.
In the heightened alert state, they've closed the border with Belarus, and that also indicates that they have been looking at this for quite some time from an intelligence perspective and, of course, from a force deployment perspective as well.
So what's your perspective on Russia's objective? Is it deliberately provoking NATO, testing its rules of engagement?
When you look at the way the Russians have conducted these kinds of operations, you have to suspect that there is a deliberate approach that they're taking here. And that deliberate approach in this case would very much be to test Polish defenses. They want to see how quickly the Poles respond to these kinds of actions, what kinds of measures they take, what kind of jets are they scrambling, how often, from which airports, from which air bases, what are their procedures for civilian responses to this, such as shutting down their civilian airports like the Warsaw Airport, as you mentioned. So they're looking at all of these things. They're trying to assess how quickly the Poles will respond to an incursion of this type, and they can kind of assess them based on these these actions that they are witnessing on the part of the Polish government. They can then determine whether or not they have to change their efforts if they want to surprise Poland at some future point.
And by the way, all our president has said so far today, the only thing that our president has said is, here we go. Seriously, I'm not making this up. Trump literally says, what's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. What do you mean, here we go? What are we talking about here? Where are we going? Are we going to Poland? Here we go, like here it begins. This is where the war really takes off. What kind of message is this even sending? Sometimes I feel like Trump nowadays tweets whatever he wants, and he doesn't even have an actual purpose of tweeting it. It's like he's commentating from the sidelines when this could be taken one way by Poland, this could be taken another way by Russia. How are the American people taking this? I want to know, what is Trump going to say today when he talks to the media? We'll find out. We'll find out, because new crises are emerging and our president is not capable of handling them. By the way, folks, to the 146 of you watching on TikTok right now, don't think that I didn't recognize you there. Come join me on YouTube. Go to the link in my bio, or just search Josh the Progressive on YouTube so you can actually see the breaking news that I'm showing. Everything that we're covering, you'll actually be able to watch it on your screen. You can watch on your phone, computer, tablet. But yeah, come to YouTube. It's a much better time. And then when you get to YouTube, let me know in the YouTube chat that you came from TikTok. We got a few dozen people watching on YouTube right now. So that was that. Now I want to see what we can find about Trump speaking, and then also what's going on in Chicago, because we know there was a massive protest last night in Chicago. So let's see real quick. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for being here. I see a lot of familiar faces from yesterday. Tish, Rock the Mic, Melanie, thank you so much for tuning into the show. Let's see if we can beat yesterday's viewership. But yeah, hopefully today we're going to have some answers. Okay. Let me show you. Welcome, Cheryl. Thanks for coming from TikTok to the YouTube. Tara, Jack, thank you for coming over. If you're on TikTok, come to YouTube. I'm telling you, you're missing out. I'm going to keep the TikTok going for a little bit longer, but this is your time to come to YouTube. Folks, it's important to watch Fox News, even though obviously they're fake news. It's important to watch because it's important to see where MAGA is getting their marching orders from, what messaging they're sending to the other side of the country, because that's the real threat. You know, this is what people believe. This was Pete Hegseth's interview that he did on Fox News. So again, last chance on TikTok. Come to YouTube right now. I'm pulling up the Pentagon chief, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, talking on Fox News. So come to YouTube, link in my bio, or search Josh the Progressive. You'll find the live feed. Let me know you came from TikTok, and we are going to show you Pete Hegseth's interview on Fox News while we wait for Trump to come out and speak.
So our own Rachel Campos-Duffy sitting down with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth on board a Navy ship stationed off the...
It's still unbelievable now that he's the Secretary of War. And the fact that Fox News is calling him that when they haven't even gone through Congress to make that change is just another example of the fascist state that we're living in.
Coast of Puerto Rico as the Trump administration looks to put narco-terrorists in Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, their president, on notice. Joining us now, Fox and Friends Weekend co-host Rachel Campos-Duffy. Hey, Rachel.
Good morning, Brian. So this, of course, was, and thank you for having me on the show. This was the Secretary of War's very first interview as Secretary of War. So I was really honored to get that exclusive interview for Fox Noticias.
How are you so giddy about this? You're literally saying in the same sentence, he's the Secretary of War, and you're laughing. It's because war doesn't matter to Rachel Campos Duffy. War doesn't matter. It's all for ratings. She's never going to war. Her kids are never going to war. But Pete Hegseth wants your kids to go to war. He wants young men and women to go die in Venezuela and also murder innocent Venezuelans. He wants U.S. weapons to continue carrying out a genocide in Gaza and a famine for that matter. And we may now see American troops going to fight Russia because Donald Trump completely failed to get a peace deal done when he had the chance. He has enraged tensions with Russia and Ukraine because now Russia's sending drones into Polish airspace and potentially triggering some type of NATO response. But let's hear what the Secretary of War has to say. I'm sure it's going to be really reassuring. It's going to make everybody feel so calm.
Yes, and also sharing it here with you at Fox and Friends. Let me just set the stage for you. I met the Secretary of War at Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C. Then we went from there to on his plane to Puerto Rico, and at Puerto Rico he addressed the troops who are also going to be involved in this mission. And then we took an Osprey off to this amphibious assault vessel, the USS.
Look at this fucker wearing his hat. He's got his Iwo Jima hat. Like he's acting like he's a real tough general, even though he's a bargain bin Fox News host who, yes, served, but now is serving a clear purpose in this authoritarian regime. And his purpose is convince Americans that we need to go to war. Convince Americans that war is going to be what's necessary. War is going to be what Trump needs to do because he's the boss. And once they kick out every immigrant and completely destroy our economy, and once they completely go after transgender Americans and they have no more enemies for MAGA cult members to point their fingers at for all their problems, and nothing's getting better still, they'll have nothing to do except start a war.
Iwo Jima, and as you will see, he describes it as an island of American power. I want you to see this vessel, and we'll come back on the other side, and I'll tell you more about this mission against the cartels.
Welcome to the War Department, ladies and gentlemen. You, right now, here in Puerto Rico and around the Caribbean, are on the front lines for the American people.
It sounds so motivational, so inspirational. You're on the front lines for the American people. Do you think these Marines signed up to go murder innocent people in Venezuela because Donald Trump has a vendetta against Venezuela and he's so mad at the Supreme Court for not going along with his unconstitutional plan to kick out all these Venezuelan Americans who have legal status just because Trump wants them gone? And so he's actually taking out his anger on the country of Venezuela. That's precisely what's happening, folks.
It's pretty impressive, huh? Right?
And by the way, I know we're getting to the interview now. I thought this was going to be an interview. They're showing like a war propaganda montage with funny music. Like, look, Fox News, like America's so powerful. Look at our big helicopters that we use to bomb innocent Middle Eastern children every single day. We give to the Israelis for them to just blow up little kids. But the Secretary of War, he's a real patriot.
It's very, very impressive.
I mean, it is American power projection.
No question.
It is no other country in the world has this or can maintain this or can do this in real time. I mean, just lined up on here is more firepower than most countries have, especially in certain parts of the world. So
what do we need all this firepower for other than, like I just said, destroy Middle Eastern children? And right now, Donald Trump is saying, here we go. He's talking about potentially putting us at war with Russia because he can't get a peace deal done. No new wars, America first. That turned into Secretary of War. let's start some war.
Obviously, President Trump wants to project power in order to maintain peace. And this is in some ways a giant flotilla of peace, trying to make sure we stay strong.
That's really fucked up of him, by the way, to say flotilla at a time when American citizens are sailing on freedom flotillas. Trust me, that's a very deliberate word choice by him, because that word is not being used often. It's now being a term describing these boats of American citizens sailing to Gaza to deliver aid. I have a friend on one of those boats. His name's Tommy. He has an account, Quentin Quarantino. We play golf together. And now he's on a boat in the middle of the ocean trying to break the blockade in Gaza on the Freedom Flotilla. And Greta Thunberg, she's on one of the boats. We've seen other leaders from countries around the world, Americans, people from Europe, etc. They know they're not actually going to feed everybody in Gaza with a few boats, but they're trying to break the blockade. They're trying to symbolically end the siege. And so it's a very fucked up, very tone-deaf word choice, because Hegseth knows about these flotillas. So of course he says we've got this peace flotilla while showing all the big guns that America has. And by the way, these boats that are carrying Americans to Gaza right now, Israel has sent drone strikes at them. American citizens have literally been bombed by Israel. Nobody has died, fortunately, but their boat was hit by a drone that came from Israel. And we have heard nothing from our own government, our administration, about that.
Very first interview with the Secretary of War.
True.
Why was it necessary to change the name, in your view?
Well, words matter. Titles matter. The War Department was founded by George Washington in 1789.
Words matter, right? But anything that's woke, pronouns, all that stuff, it's too triggering for this guy. Those words don't matter. But defense and war, those words matter. And by the way, what he was saying earlier about, Donald Trump wants to project peace through strength. This is some real Cold War shit. Mutually assured destruction. Think about it. The US and Russia both building as many nukes as they can because they're thinking if we have more nukes, then we'll use our strength to project peace or whatever. The same shit is going on. It's like this administration is literally repeating history, and they are making the same mistakes that led to conflicts.
The long history of a War Department of this country. We won World War I and World War II with a War Department. We want a warrior ethos. Fittingly, the motto of my first platoon that I ever led was those who long for peace must prepare for war. It's because we want peace. It's because we seek peace. It's because the American people deserve peace.
So we're right here on a destroyer. I'm in the middle of the...
Why did they just cut his answer off? What is with Fox News editing their interviews? They literally just fucking edited his interview and chopped off the rest of his answer. And yet other networks are paying Donald Trump millions of dollars. Remember, CBS trimmed down one of Kamala Harris's answers for time. They literally just edited it for time. They took out some buts and some ums like television networks do. And they somehow caved to Donald Trump, paid him millions of dollars. They're also giving him a library because they trimmed Kamala Harris's interview for time. Same shit going on Fox News here, but maybe not for time. I don't know what else he was about to say. It was not making sense so far.
Caribbean, your boss, President Trump, has declared war on the cartels. What is the mission? What's your mission?
Well, protect the homeland, protect the American people. Core national interests, the safety of the American people. Stop the killing, stop the poisoning of the American people. It's as simple as that. I mean, how long have drug cartels waged war on our communities, on our families, on our young people, on our streets? Violent cartels that made their way easily across the southern border under Joe Biden and his disastrous policy. So President Trump's locking the border down. He's done that, and we're going to continue to do that.
Okay, so if the border is locked down, supposedly, why are we bombing random Venezuelans in the middle of the ocean?
And now we go on offense to make sure these cartels can't be funded, that they can't sustain what they're doing. And it doesn't mean we're fighting every cartel everywhere endlessly. That's not what we're doing. We're not trading one endless fight for another endless fight. It's the precise application of American power to send very clear signals that narco-terrorism will not be tolerated in our hemisphere. And if you want to traffic drugs that are headed for the United States, we're not doing it with kid gloves anymore.
Talk to me about your allies, the other countries that are helping you out here.
The region has welcomed it. very much so.
I don't think he sounded comfortable saying that. I don't think anybody's welcomed this, to be frank. I think people are really concerned. Why is America sending Marines to Venezuela? Why are other networks not talking about this? Fox News is talking about it because they're painting it as a great thing. But you don't see other mainstream media networks talking about this the way that we are here, the way that we're talking about this as an escalation of war, that the No New Wars administration is now starting a war, another endless war. He literally just gave the classic talking points of this isn't an endless war, but we're going to strike cartels wherever we see them.
A lot publicly, many privately, saying thank you. Thank you for addressing something that's been obvious for us for far too long. And so we anticipate a growing chorus of voices to say, hey, we welcome America here. This is the Americas. And we've suffered from narco-terrorism directly. And again, that's not why we're doing it. This is America first. This is protecting American citizens. But wherever we can bring allies along, we're proud to do so.
Maduro says that the boat that blew up was artificial intelligence. Your response?
He knows it's a lie. They'll only be able to maintain.
Okay, yeah, maybe it wasn't artificial intelligence, but you all saw that footage right there. Did that look like a drug boat? It was open. The top of the boat was open. And why would 11 people be on a drug boat anyway? It turned out they were Venezuelan fishermen. They were out fishing. They were collecting fish, likely for their business, likely for their families. And they were blown to pieces by this man. He literally took the lives of 11 people for propaganda purposes.
In that live for so long. I watched the strike live. We knew exactly who it was, exactly what they were doing, exactly where they were going, what they were involved in. And, you know, the folks who knew those folks know exactly what happened. So he's going to try to explain it away or lie to his people, as he has for a very long time.
There's this 50 million.
Again, cutting his answer off, super bizarre. And Pete Hegseth is incriminating himself. He's like, he's going to explain to his people, lie it away. That's exactly what our administration is doing to us. This administration lies about everything. If they're not telling the truth about the Epstein files, if they didn't tell us the truth about Iran, what makes you think they're telling the truth about Venezuela? Why would they suddenly start telling the truth now?
Dollar bounty. Let's call it a bounty. So if he gets turned in by one of his inner circle, or if he decides to negotiate his exit out of Venezuela.
They're literally bribing Venezuela to create a coup, to arrest their own leader for $50 million. That's how cheap they're treating the Venezuelans. $50 million to overthrow your government. Who's ready for it? Who's going to do it?
Then what happens?
Well, the president has a lot of decisions. I wouldn't want to be Nicolas Maduro right now. And Maduro's got a lot of decisions to make. You're sitting on a floating island of American power. And we're prepared to use that power to interdict and destroy narco-terrorists who are sending drugs to our country. We know Nicolas Maduro has been involved in that for a very long time. He's indicted and wanted in the Southern District of New York. There's a bounty for $50 million. The U.S. government wants him. The ball is in his court.
And if you're China right now, what do you think?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, China is making a play in our hemisphere as well. Previous administration was asleep at the wheel.
This interview is so edited. I don't understand what they're cutting out that maybe makes him look deranged. I'm not sure. And of course, we can't have Fox News without some classic China fear-mongering. So let's hear what he has to say.
In multiple aspects of Central and South America. And so a part of having this ARGMU here, having these destroyers here, working out of Puerto Rico and other allies that we have here, is a recognition that America's back in the Western Hemisphere. We should not cede this hemisphere to anybody. And certainly our presence here is a reflection of that, and that includes China.
This is a very big operation. What is your message to the entire hemisphere?
The message to the hemisphere, as it has been from President Trump at the beginning, is that we're going to achieve peace through strength. We're going to put America first. In this case, the Americas first.
I don't understand. How do you achieve peace through strength when you are the one initiating war? That doesn't make any sense. That's complete bullshit. And people should start seeing through that bullshit, hopefully. I don't know how Trump supporters are still buying this. They voted for this administration because they wanted no wars. We've already seen so many people turn away from this administration because of what they did in Iran, what's happening in Gaza, and also now what's happening in Venezuela. This is not peace through strength. This is war through strength. This is war, honestly, through cowardice. This is war through an administration that cannot actually stand on their own policies. They're cowards. They have no plan to help Americans. They represent billionaires. So in order to keep us Americans on a tight leash, they're going to start another war and maybe send your kids to go die in Venezuela. It's a sad reality.
Hemisphere, secure our homeland. But we're not going to sit back and watch the American people be threatened. We're not going to sit back and watch the American people be poisoned, watch people be trafficked, watch violent gangs exist inside our country. That's why you're seeing mass deportations. That's why you're seeing criminality being locked down. That's why our borders locked down. This is an extension of that. This is an understanding of exactly how America should project power. We've projected power for a long time in far-flung places that had a nebulous connection to our own security in the homeland. We're securing the homeland.
What? Again, I don't
So,
understand.
Brian, there was
Super bizarre interview, clearly designed to get everybody ready for war with Venezuela. Fox News is complicit in war with Venezuela. The Trump administration is ready to send your children to die in Latin America for no purpose whatsoever other than to give Donald Trump some political talking points.
nothing like seeing this up close. I was literally in awe of what I saw. And it's not just the military equipment, Brian, it's the soldiers. It's how well trained they are, how fit they are, how well fed they are, which I say well fed because Maduro, of course, is threatening with his own militia, which we know is starving over there. They don't have anything that even comes a fraction of close to what we saw here and on the USS Iwo Jima. This amphibious assault vessel should scare Maduro and should let him know that this is not a training.
I don't know if it's scaring Maduro, but it's scaring me. That's for sure. It's scaring me right now.
Mission. Donald Trump, President Trump, and Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of War, they're not messing around.
Your follow-up question on China. I get the sense the President and the Secretary of War are very aware of China's influence when their first move was the Panama Canal. And then you see their presence in Bolivia and Argentina, who we evidently have good relationship with. Do you sense this is a comprehensive effort on many fronts? Because they are getting some mixed messages from when Rick Grinnell went over there to try to get hostages out, right?
Yeah, listen, what I am seeing is an absolute pivot in foreign policy towards the Western Hemisphere. It doesn't mean we're ignoring the rest of the world, but it means that our main interest, it's a new Monroe Doctrine, if you will. And I'm surprised and impressed by how much this is welcomed, as he mentioned, by other countries. We have Peru, Ecuador, Paraguay, Argentina, Costa Rica, and many other countries who he said are privately supporting the effort of seeing the Chinese out of our hemisphere and the cartels also gone.
And we look forward to seeing more on this on Fox Noticias. And, of course, there'll be highlights on Fox.
What a disgusting administration. Folks, we have breaking news right now. And if everyone is watching right now, we need everybody watching even harder. If you're on TikTok right now, come to YouTube right now. We have breaking news. We're getting reports that Charlie Kirk was just shot. We're getting reports that Charlie Kirk was just shot in the neck at an event in Utah Valley University. I am not sure what is happening. I don't know if he's alive, but we are getting reports that Charlie Kirk was just shot. If you're on TikTok, come watch on YouTube. I'm pulling up footage right now so we can see exactly what happened. Let me see if I can get some intel on this as well. Let's see. Folks, if you're on TikTok, come to YouTube right this second because I'm about to use TikTok to make a video. So I'm going to record a video. So if you want to keep watching this program, come join me on YouTube. Link is in my bio, or search Josh the Progressive and let me know that you came. I need to let my audience know right now that we have a breaking news story, and then we will cover it as soon as we start getting some more intel. So I hope to join you there. Okay, now I'm going to record this TikTok, everybody, so you can watch this. Folks, breaking news. Charlie Kirk has... Sometimes you can't get it first try. Folks, breaking news. Charlie Kirk was just shot. The MAGA political commentator was just attacked during an event at Utah Valley University. We know that he was likely hit in the neck. We don't know what his condition is right now. We don't know where he's been taken to, if he's been taken to a hospital, if he's being tended to right now. The status of his health is currently unknown, but this is a breaking news story, a very drastic situation. Folks, this is one of MAGA's biggest voices. This is one of the most influential people on the far right, and clearly his rhetoric has led to somebody trying to come for him, which I do not support whatsoever. It's important to recognize that the facts are coming very quickly right now, so we'll see what is actually true, who was the attacker, what is his status right now, is Charlie Kirk going to be okay or not? We're going to find out as soon as I have an update. I will bring that update to you. Try not to speculate, try not to spread fake news about it, because when the facts come, we will know what the real facts are. Let's not speculate. But the fact of the matter is, he was shot. We're going to find out what happens. All right, well, let's see what we can find. If anybody has intel on that, let me know, because it looks like Charlie Kirk was just shot while at a college event. So hopefully no other students were harmed as well. Let's see what we can find. This is from The Guardian right now. Let's take a look. Charlie Kirk, powerful right-wing activist, executive director of Turning Point USA, appears to have been shot Wednesday while hosting a debate in Utah. So I'm going to post this. This is a developing story. Look, I don't support Charlie Kirk at all. And I think Charlie Kirk has actually increased violent rhetoric in the country. And his own actions have likely led to this happening. But I do know that there could be serious ramifications if he is slain. I mean, think about it. Think about how the Trump administration is going to react if Charlie Kirk was killed. There's going to be a major crackdown on free speech, guns, etc. What's also ironic is the right, they don't want any gun control whatsoever until one of their own gets shot. So if anything, maybe this will contribute to new gun control. Jenny Sharp says Newsweek has an article on him. Let's see what Newsweek is saying. Right now my TikTok's posting too. See if we can get anything going on this. Newsweek, let's see. I'm going to tweet this as well too, so my audience is aware. It's loading right now. I'll pull it up in a second. But folks, if you're just trickling in, Charlie Kirk has been shot. We're waiting for him to survive. We're waiting to know what his status is. There's a video. I don't know if we should watch the video. Maybe we can make a poll and we can decide as an audience, do we want to watch the video or not? Because it will likely be graphic. I'll watch the video myself, and then I can tell you guys if we should watch it or not. And I'll watch it with the sound off so I can let you know. Not sure if this shows what we're talking about. Okay, wow. I don't think you can really see it that well. Let me see what this video is. That's crazy. Holy shit, that is insane. Should we watch it? Okay, yeah, let's see. It's from a distance, people are saying. Okay. I'll show you guys. If you don't, okay, let's just put it this way. If you don't want to see this, you can, yeah, it's 40 seconds. You can tune out for a second, but I'll show you this footage just so we can try to see. Oh, it's even shorter. It's 10 seconds. 1 sec. The one that I have is a 10-second clip, and it's pretty far away, so it's not going to be that graphic. But if you don't want to watch, just look away for a second. But let's see what happened. This is at Utah Valley University. It looks like he's doing his debates in a huge crowd. He was begging for this kind of thing to happen. These events are out of control. Let's watch this.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Go.
Oh my God. That is insane. You can literally hear the crowd panic as that happens. Holy shit. That is crazy. That's all I can say right now. That does not look good at all. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, hopefully no other students were hit, and it just makes you wonder what is going on. I think JD Vance has tweeted about that. Wow. Sorry, folks, if I'm a little stunned. I mean, we're talking about Venezuela, we're covering Poland, and then all of a sudden another crisis occurs. JD Vance is tweeting right now that it's official. Let me see. Somebody says he's gone. I mean, we don't know yet. We don't know what's going to happen with him. That's crazy. That's insane. Does everybody know about this? Like, is this spread around right now? Wow. Wow. I need to tell everybody right now, too. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's insane. Some people are saying he's dead. We don't know yet. I don't want to speculate. I do not want to speculate, but we are hearing reports that he might be dead. JD Vance posted. He says, "Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk." Real quick, I'm gonna fix this so you guys can see it better. Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. But this is the problem with what's going to happen. Now people are saying it's time to label Democrats as a domestic terrorist organization. We don't even know who shot him yet. We don't even know who it was. And this is what MAGA wants, is they're going to want to use this as a way to crack down on the country even more, no matter what happens to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. It makes you sad, honestly, for the other students, because it's very traumatizing too, that you're going to an event, you're going to a free speech event, say what you will about Charlie Kirk's platform, but you're going to just experience your day on a college campus, and then you see somebody get shot right in front of you. This is insane. People are saying that the man in custody is an older white man. Okay, that's good to know. We're getting reports that the man in custody is an older white man. Mark, I never said it was Charlie Kirk's fault. I will say that Charlie Kirk has called for violence against other people in the country. And he says that fellow Americans are the enemy within, and that we're radical terrorists, pedophiles, etc., and that abortion is the Holocaust. So, no, I never said this is his fault. I'm just pointing out that there is something really sad about the fact that he has contributed to a climate of political violence and is now the victim of that violence. which is sad. It's sad that this is what the country has come to. And I can completely condemn everything that Charlie Kirk stands for and still be sickened by this act. Because this is not how we're supposed to do it. This is not how we are supposed to operate as a country. We cannot be killing political leaders just in broad daylight. You know? Yes, exactly. Like he's a hateful human being. You know? But has he committed any crimes? Did he deserve to die by murder? No, absolutely not. So yes, that's a good point, Garrett. Hate breeds hate. That's the point I was trying to say. People are saying that he was shot while talking about transgender shooters. Yeah, TMZ says he was shot in the chest, but he in like the head, neck area. It says Fox News is saying he's been hospitalized, so that's interesting. Wow, this is unreal. This is unreal. Got to tell everybody right now. Holy crap. Yeah, instead of prayers, you're saying everybody's like going after the Democrats right now? Wow. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, this is what Fox News is showing right now. Charlie Kirk shot. This is looks like a video of everybody running away. The students are fleeing the area. I'm surprised people aren't like running. Like I would get the hell out of there. I would not want to be anywhere near that area right now. There's the video again. People are showing the picture of him. Wow. TMZ has footage that they won't show. I mean, what other footage could there be? End Wokeness says, pray for Charlie Kirk and his family. Huh. Okay, this is what they're showing. This is the man that shot Charlie Kirk, a baby boomer Democrat. First of all, how do we even know he's a Democrat? There's no way of knowing that right now. So just pure, disgusting speculation from somebody on the internet with no credibility. What are people saying? Are people actually just believing that? Wow. And, it's interesting. The suspect is a white male. Yeah, people are saying they're going to try and make Charlie Kirk a martyr. Where are you seeing the special news report, Jenny? I want to see if I can pull that up. This is Utah News, so let's see if we can pull this up because this is from the area. So this is local coverage.
Kind of jumping in and your sharp eye in a lot. We're seeing video now of a suspect who was arrested. It would appear that happened fairly quickly. Can you describe what happened after those shots rang out?
So there was only one shot that I heard, the one shot, and I did see that same guy in a blue shirt in handcuffs over by the north side of the complex where it was. So I did see that same guy in custody. I don't know if that was a shooter or not, but
yeah, I'm sure it's all over. I'm sure it's all over the news now, but I've got local news up here because I like seeing what they're actually saying on the ground in Utah.
Yeah. How would you describe the mood prior to that shot?
Oh, the mood prior, before everything happened, it was absolutely amazing. The crowd was very cheerful, very positive. It was doing just
look at the way everybody just disperses.
Charlie Kirk rally.
Yeah.
Have you attended one before?
Started off on a good foot. We had the first.
The sad part is now all these hundreds of students, and then think about the millions of Charlie Kirk fans are going to see this, and they're going to be validated in their extremism, and they're going to think that the Democrats are taking out their hero, and this is going to radicalize so many people. I mean, specifically these people on this campus today now feel like their movement is literally under threat, even though they're the ones that hold power in this country, and they're the ones that currently can make whatever policies they want. they'll still use this as a martyr example.
Person come in and talk and did very well, and then they moved on, and then the second person came in, and that's when the shot rang out.
Jason, had you attended any one of his events before? Any of his speeches before?
No, I had tried to get in one time, but I had missed it. So, no, this was the first Charlie Kirk one that I've been to.
Well, Jason, we appreciate it. Thank you for jumping on the line with us. That's Jason, a retired law enforcement officer who was there as just a spectator taking in this Charlie Kirk speech, this event at Utah Valley University. And you can see through these social media videos just how quickly it became a chaotic scene.
Vice President J.D. Vance reacted to the shooting by posting on X, quote, "Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father."
Notice we've heard nothing again from Trump. Trump is always MIA when things are happening.
Charlie Kirk is a 31-year-old American right-wing political activist. He's an author. He's a media personality. And there was a lot of attention around this speech and this event. This video is the newest that we've seen. Of course, social media being flooded right now with different accounts and videos. But this shows the man in the blue shirt that you heard Jason describe that was taken into custody, it would appear fairly quickly, and escorted off by a group of officers.
And Jason had mentioned that he heard at least one shot, but prior to that shot, he says it was, not a lot of really going on, nothing.
How did they find that guy? How did they know he was the guy? That's insane. Those also didn't even look like officers. Who were they?
That would lead him to believe something of this magnitude would happen. This was his first time attending this type of event. In speaking to our prior caller, someone who was there, Taylor, he said about 2,000 to 3,000 people were there. And then as we saw from video there, things got very chaotic.
We're now receiving confirmation that Charlie Kirk was the individual shot at this event at Utah Valley University.
No fucking shit. Okay, like I understand you're trying to be diligent, but come on, like, what are we watching here? We saw it
today. Turning Point USA confirming that is a company owned by Charlie Kirk, so we can take that as reputable information. It's what everyone assumed. Now we can confirm. We don't have an exact timeline. Obviously, this is just unfolding in the moment. However, we're told that the shot rang out during the first speech. Charlie Kirk himself had not even taken the podium. He was seated on the stage, and someone was introducing him when that shot went out.
As you can imagine, we are getting several reaction on social media. FBI Director Kash Patel had this to say about the situation, posting on X, quote, "We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation." And again, if you are just joining us, Turning Point Academy, Charlie Kirk's company, has confirmed that he was, in fact, the person shot at Utah Valley University today.
The video you're seeing, of course, is very chaotic, but prior to this, spectators describe it as a fairly calm event. There were a couple of pockets of people that were shouting out at various points.
Mind you, earlier this year, we have seen Minnesota lawmakers shot and killed. We've seen so much political violence from the right, but yet they will use this to try and say that the Democrats are committing political violence, even though we don't know anything about the suspect yet. And even still, it could have been an individual attack on Charlie Kirk. We don't know. We don't know yet. But instead of thoughts and prayers, instead of anything about gun control, we're seeing a flood of posts on social media. People are already saying that Trump needs to go to war against the Democrats and it's time to start arresting Democrats. This could be a major turning point. Quite literally.
During the event, but other than that, it was a fairly calm scene. Police presence was heavy. It was expected to have kind of a high scrutiny, a high visibility, this type of event, and then certainly the speaker. So there was police presence, and also Charlie Kirk. We've been told that it was assumed he brought his own security detail as well. But prior to this moment, things were going quite smoothly.
And it looks like we have another witness on the phone with us who was there. Jeff Johnson, I understand you are a faculty member there at Utah Valley University. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Jeff, thanks for joining us. Give us a perspective. What exactly happened? What can you tell us? Describe those moments.
Yeah, so we were kind of up above them in a similar location to where some of the videos that are circling around are from. And there was just a really loud boom, loud enough that, I still got ringing in my ear and feel a little bit deaf in that ear. But I thought it might have been a firework. It was that loud. So people started scrambling, running around. I was kind of looking around for smoke. And it wasn't until I looked down and I saw them on top of Charlie Kirk that I kind of realized what was happening, and was able to see them pick him up and carry him out by his limbs. So at that point, kind of realized what was going on, and we got out of there. It seemed like undercover officers started kind of revealing themselves and telling us to get out of the area. But that was kind of it. It took about, unfortunately, like 30 minutes to get any notification from the school to get out of there, and about 45 minutes before they told us to get off of campus. But that's kind of what's happened from my perspective.
Yeah, the area had already cleared,
Trump
I
has
imagine,
delayed
long
his briefing
before that.
again.
As a faculty member there, can you tell us about the temperament toward this event? It has received a lot of attention. What was the vibe going into this particular speech?
It seemed overly supportive. Most of the people around him, it's kind of a closed-off area, little amphitheater.
Let me see if I could directly pull up Fox News right now, because apparently Sean Hannity is covering it. Let's see. See if they're live. See, I have YouTube TV, so I wonder if I'm able to pull that up on here so you can actually see. No, they're too smart. They know that I'm streaming. Let's see what Fox News said.
I just started getting word just a couple of moments ago that Charlie Kirk has been shot. We have very few details so far coming in on this. We're dependent on witnesses Utah Valley University, and he was speaking in front of a crowd. And in that moment, and correct me if I'm wrong, he was speaking about obviously trans issues in the country today. When a shot or shots rang out, and we can now confirm
Somebody just sent me
via
a
Jason
massive trigger
Chaffetz,
warning
who was
with
at
an
the
even
event
closer video.
at Utah Valley University, that shots rang out as Charlie was talking about transgender mass shootings. Per Jason Chaffetz, a witness there, says he can't say that he saw blood, but he saw him he can't say also that he saw him get shot, but he did hear the gunshot ring out, and he was watching Charlie, and then he fell back and to the left. We're giving you exactly the details we have from a firsthand account. Jason Chaffetz, what's that? Okay, Utah Valley University. Obviously, we are praying for Charlie Kirk as we do get word of this. Nicole Parker was with us earlier. We're bringing her back on this. Bear with us as we're just getting these brand new details. We pray that he is okay.
Okay, we don't know what his status is, but I just saw the close-up version of the footage, and I would be surprised if he's still alive. I'll just put it that way. It looked like he was shot right in the neck, and blood immediately just starts exploding out of his neck. That was insane. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. Wow. Whew. That's crazy. Wow. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words. Mark, is that confirmed, though, or are you just saying that's your opinion? Tish says he's dead? Let me see. I don't know if there's any evidence yet. The bullet hit a major vein? How do we know for sure? Let me see. I don't want to report anything until we know, but as soon as we know, I'm going to immediately post a video so people know. This is a breaking news story. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That was one of the most disturbing videos I've ever seen. It was very, very freaky. Wow. Some people are saying they've talked to... These people are saying a gunshot wound to the neck with that much bleeding is almost impossible to survive. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Oh my God. I'm sorry I'm not more composed right now. It's just like, this feels like one of those moments in history where somebody who has become so significant in the culture was assassinated, essentially. New tweets are already circulating, like trying to show that J.D. Vance was warning about this kind of thing happening, and Charlie Kirk had warned about this kind of thing happening. If somebody knows immediately what happens to him, his status, let me know, and I will post it as soon as it is confirmed. You know, that's why we need gun control. I'm telling you. Like the far away video that we watched together, it doesn't look as bad. And then you watch the close-up video, and it literally looks like he was murdered. Like there's no way he's going to survive. Looks like the suspect was an old white man. It's very interesting. A lot of interesting factors going on right now. I don't think we've heard anything from Trump yet. Let's see if we can get some live coverage again. We have a CBS feed. Let's take a look at this.
Blood pouring out everywhere, and his eyes kind of rolled back. And at that point, I kind of looked up because it sounded like it came up from behind me, up the hill, and it was just one pop. And
yeah,
then
we all
dropped to the ground, and then they told us all to run. So we all ran out.
Yeah, I'm imagining pandemonium at that point. Did you see medical personnel attend to him, and what happened after that?
My sister says he's at her coworker's hospital right now.
He was already out. He was already out of the tent. There were some police officers up there. There was his security. There was no metal detectors or anything for us to go through. They didn't even check our tickets.
What about the gunman? Any sense of what became of the person? I don't know if it's a man or a woman. The person who fired the shot?
Nope, I didn't see anything. I just dropped when everybody else dropped, and then I ran when they told everybody to run.
So you described it as a debate that was going on. So it was a debate between Charlie and someone else, or just a sort of a...
Yeah, so he just proved me wrong. And basically, you know, because he's a right-winger. And, you know, he's very, very, very good at
What's
his
disgusting
debate.
is Trump
And
is
he
going to speak soon with more urgency than any time children are shot in this country.
And, you know,
that's what's really sad.
Had a lot of same views,
yes,
but
this
there
is
was
a
something
public
that may be a
figure,
little bit
but we
off
never
that
see
they
this
don't
when
quite
children
agree
get
with.
shot.
So they're just
We never see this.
trying
We don't even know,
you know,
he didn't even know his status yet, and Trump is already about to speak.
So it sounds like people from all points on the political spectrum. What about the atmosphere, the mood? What was it like leading up to that?
Oh, man, we were all having fun. We were shouting, you know, USA and Charlie Kirk and listening to some, you know, 80s music like Queen and that, and just stuff to pump you up. We're just all having a good time.
Yeah, like a festival kind of atmosphere. I want to ask you about security. What was that like as you entered this area? And what kind of area is this?
There was none. It was like... So
there's never
when you
security
walked in
for these
there,
events.
It was like a kind of in the crevice of the buildings with a bridge across it. And then behind it was like a grassy open area with a little bit of sitting that's kind of in a stadium seating. But it was like a little hill.
And this is on the campus of Utah Valley University.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you a student there, or do you have an affiliation with the university?
No, I'm old. I'm in my 50s, so a lot of these people were college-age students, but there was quite a few, actually, I would say, that were around my age, too.
Yeah. And where did you get out? You ran out of there. Where'd you go, and what did everybody else do who was with you?
We all just ran to our vehicles, and I don't know where everybody's scattered. I don't know if, some of them were students that, had to catch a bus or whatever. But the ones that had cars, we all ran to our cars. I mean, I parked a little ways away, so it was a little bit of a trek, but it was fine.
But again, interesting, as you point out, no security, open area right there at Utah Valley University. Right on, Dasheen, I really appreciate your insight and your telling us your story. We thank you for that. Let's go back to Ed O'Keefe. Ed, what you're hearing now is that there was no security at an event, a political event here in the United States. It's come to a point where it seems like that's going to be necessary, mandatory going forward.
Yeah, but I think as Radon so expertly described it, this is meant to be sort of a public gathering in a public square kind of event, right? That this kind of violence wouldn't necessarily happen. And she described quite well also how the prove me wrong format works, that people come up, they raise an issue with him, they debate it for a few minutes.
He's probably speaking about Chicago, and they're probably telling him right now, too, while he's speaking, hey, by the way, this happened.
Raucous or policy-driven as it may end up being in that moment. Maurice, we're obviously, given that Kirk is a...
Some people are saying the last word he said
character and a leader and a creature of the digital space, it is no surprise that we're seeing pretty swift reaction from all sides. We heard from the president, of course, asking for prayers, the vice president, the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, whose nomination was buoyed by support from Kirk and his movement. But we're also hearing very quickly from Democratic leaders, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who hosted Kirk on his own podcast earlier this year, very quickly, moments after this happened, on X, said that the attack is disgusting.
Hang tight. I'll show you, pull this back in a second. I'm just going to change the show real quick.
Jeffries, who of course is the House Democratic leader, very quickly saying political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family. And notably, Gabrielle Giffords, the former Arizona Democratic Congresswoman, herself a survivor of an assassination attempt and an advocate for stricter gun laws in this country, said she's horrified to hear that Charlie Kirk was shot at an event in Utah. Democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence, something she obviously would know very well. So the reaction will continue to pour in. But again, I think the eyewitness there described very well what it is that Kirk has been doing for years now.
Hang tight.
In person with like-minded conservatives and those that want to take him on.
I'll pull up the video back in a second. Hang on.
He uses those events to buoy what he does online. He also hosts a radio show and is, again, a pretty frequent collaborator and ally of the president and those in his administration.
Yeah, excellent points there, Ed O'Keefe. Thank you. I want to bring back Robert Costa. And Bob, you sit here and we're talking about another political shooting in America. You just can't help but wonder, how did we get here? What is going on? On one hand, there's an event where it's debate me. They're debating the issues in a civilized fashion, back and forth. And then you have this. What has happened here?
Maurice, it's hard to understand how and why any person would commit a horrific act of violence, especially in this political setting. And we're still trying to gather more information.
This is happening so often. This is becoming commonplace.
What I can speak to broadly as a reporter who has covered Charlie Kirk and his political movement is that he is someone who has carved out a space as someone who is a major ally for President Donald Trump. He is also someone who has espoused conservative views across the board.
They say Trump is going to speak soon. They say he's in emergency surgery.
Take a back seat to participating in the public debate. He welcomes debate. He goes to campus after.
This is not what I expected to be talking about today, that's for sure.
Some of his Turning Point USA events, and they, in many ways, echo Trump rallies. And they cover the full spectrum of issues that have become important to the Trump movement and to the conservative movement that Charlie Kirk has long counted himself a part of. And those include cultural issues.
Let me bring this back for everybody. Hang on.
He has spoken out about what is going on in Europe, with Russia's
war against Ukraine. He has spoken out about different cultural debates in this country. He has spoken out about President Trump and all of the challenges he has faced politically and legally. So if you don't know Charlie Kirk, understand this is someone who is in the trenches and enjoys being in the trenches. Whether someone does not like Mr. Kirk and his views or loves Mr. Kirk and his views, I have seen Charlie Kirk up close so many times have fun with the process. He has called himself a happy warrior who embraces the idea of a political fight. But a political fight in no way means violence. It means a healthy debate. And this is someone, though, who has been in the arena. And some people in this day and age retreat from the arena.
They should show the suspect
violence
on this
criticism.
news feed here.
Kirk is someone I have
right now. More
covered
photos
again
are
and
emerging of
again.
him too.
Go
So
right
if
into
they don't show
that
him, I'll
arena,
show
whether
him.
it be in an arena or a college campus, and say, let's have the debate, let's have the discussion. And that's why he has so many admirers on the right, inside the Republican Party. They see him as a rising star. And it's notable to me that even within the past 5 or 6 months, I was having conversations with top Republicans who said Charlie Kirk down the line, among other names, is someone they considered a future presidential candidate. He was seen as someone who had a real political future, whether it was running for elective office or being a political activist, maybe working in the administration at some point. But he has always said to his allies and friends, he likes being on the outside. He likes being on these campuses.
Hang on, I'll bring it back in a second. I'm just trying to let everybody know that we're covering this.
Doing what he loves the most, which is engage with people in a roaring debate in a rally setting.
And some of those cultural issues, including a quote like this one from Charlie Kirk. What is going on with women and not wanting to prioritize family? And, a quick search will show you that he is seen as one who wants women to have public events, wants women to have babies, and work less. Things like that. He relished that kind of thing, being a provocateur, getting people to think and debate. And that's probably what he was engaged in right there, Bob.
I think about his family. I know many of Kirk's friends in text message right now are talking about his family more than his political views. He has a young family. He has spoken openly at recent public events about how much getting married and becoming a father has meant to him as a man in a younger part of his life. And this is something that has political
every day in this country
impact because of his high
like
profile and his association with the President of the United States. But let it also not be forgotten that even as he had all of these positions, many of them seen as controversial.
Anything from
on
Trump
different
yet? Let's
issues,
see.
he had a huge galaxy of support on America's right and center right. He was seen as someone who was dynamic.
Trump says we must all pray
has
for
always
Charlie
been seen as
Kirk, who
someone
has been
was
shot.
dynamic
A great guy from
and,
top to
really
bottom.
out
God
there,
bless him.
Willing to engage in political battle. But you see today, just across the American political spectrum, shock and the President of the United States weighing in quickly. So many Republican politicians now on social media doing the same. It's a moment, a crossroads, where everyone's not really sure what's the next term.
Yeah, disturbing video right there, Bob, as we watch Charlie Kirk getting shot this afternoon at Utah Valley University there at an event where he was doing some give and take with people there on all aspects of the political spectrum. Let's go to Justice correspondent Scott McFarland. Scott, you're learning anything new right now about the investigation?
Yeah, let's start off. The FBI is now on the ground. Their Salt Lake City field office has
FBI is there
17
now.
resident agents around
Cash
that
Patel
area.
brought the FBI
and they're there helping lead this
expected.
investigation. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco,
Yeah, they are
and
talking about
Firearms
him in the
is
past
customary,
tense. I wouldn't read
as is always
too
the
much
case
into
in
that,
these types
though.
of
I think we're
shootings
going to find
where
out,
there is
this
a
afternoon
potential
whether
fatality
he survived or not.
A grievous injury. They respond to the scene as well. The campus is closed. That's no surprise. It's a huge campus, a sweeping part of central Utah. Tens of thousands of students. They've closed that campus. And we know we've got reports of people seeing images of somebody being handcuffed on site near the site of this shooting today.
Yeah, we saw it was an older man who was handcuffed.
And there is a university alert to students that somebody is in custody, but we haven't gotten that from police yet. You have so many images, including the ones you're seeing right now, that have all these parallels. The type of sunny day, the red hats in the crowd, so many parallels to the images you saw last July from Butler, Pennsylvania. That same elevated view down to the stage. there's obviously going to be some concern. We're hearing it articulated already about the metastasizing violence against people who are in the political space, people who do political speeches, people who are in politics. It's noteworthy, I think, Maurice, that today was jury selection for the man in Florida charged in the second alleged assassination attempt against President Trump last year. There were two. This is going to raise concerns about more violence, more political threats in an already toxic moment.
Concerns across the board, Scott. Vice President J.D. Vance posting on X just a short time ago, "Dear God, protect Charlie in his darkest hour." I believe we also have a statement from the university, the Utah Valley University. Here it is.
Here's the statement.
Today at about 12:10, a shot was fired at the visiting speaker, Charlie Kirk. He was hit and taken from the location by his security. Campus police is investigating. A suspect is in custody. Notably, there's no word on Charlie Kirk's condition. Sam Vinograd, we talked a little bit earlier about security, and we had a witness who told us right here on the air that there was none. They simply had the place open at the university. People walked in, as apparently they normally do, and sat down for this event. What are you hearing about security going forward, or at least since then?
They never have security for these.
We did have a witness indicate that there was no screening for individuals prior to attending the event, which is surprising on the one hand because of Charlie Kirk's notoriety and the explosion in political violence that we've seen in this country. At this time, we should anticipate that a range of law enforcement entities are investigating what happened and working to ensure that this is an isolated threat. Law enforcement and intelligence officials have been warning for years that the biggest threat, terrorism-related threat facing this country comes from what we call lone actors, individuals who radicalize and mobilize to violence alone. We understand from various public statements that one suspect is in custody, which does lead us to believe that a lone actor may have been the perpetrator, but at this time, state and local law enforcement will be working to ascertain that this threat is contained, that there's no ongoing threat to the public. And then if it appears that there is some sort of terrorism-related nexus or hate crime-related nexus, the FBI will likely get involved to assist the investigation and to review whether federal charges are warranted in addition to whatever other state and local charges may be reviewed.
So as best we can tell, Sam, one shot was fired, yes?
As far as we know at this time,
Gavin Newsom, governor of California, says the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
Has yet to brief the public on whether they believe that there is no ongoing threat to the public. So I would anticipate that there will be a press briefing in the coming hours to articulate what we know about the suspect and what we know about Mr. Kirk after this tragic incident.
For sure. Sam Vinograd, thank you so much. So again, there it is, the 31-year-old political activist on the conservative side, Charlie Kirk, speaking at 12:10 this afternoon.
And this is so everybody understands the type of violent rhetoric we're talking about here.
To the
Gavin
chest,
Newsom's tweeting,
suspect is in
the
custody.
attack on Charlie Kirk is
Kirk's
disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
And
top comments from huge MAGA influencers.
Wide, including the
fuck
Vice
you,
President.
fuck your unity, you and your ilk caused this. You are the enemy of our nation. Fuck you, piece of shit. You fear-mongering and propaganda causes this shit. Blood is on your hands. You have spent years lying. You're grifting ass off people. You are responsible for this. You are a monster.
Dear God, protect Charlie in his darkest hour.
Gavin Newsom had Charlie Kirk on his podcast.
Along with Donald Trump Jr.,
come
who
on,
pushed
people, like
President Trump to
he
select
literally
J.D. Vance as his running
was
mate
friends
last
with
year.
Charlie
So there's
Kirk
the
to a
tweet
certain extent.
A little while ago from the
this
Vice
is what J.D.
President
Vance posted.
and Charlie Kirk again.
A picture with them and Don Jr.
Both of those gentlemen, the Vice President and the President's son. The President himself a little while ago on his social media platform saying we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
TikTok fans, I have it on YouTube right now, so if you want to see the breaking news footage about Charlie Kirk, and we're going to react to everything that's happening, just come to YouTube. Link is in my bio, or type Josh the Progressive. They just showed J.D. Vance's tweet, and yeah, this is crazy.
What he calls the American Comeback Tour on this campus. He was scheduled to hold today's event and be back in Utah for another one later this month. These events, as you see him there under that tent, started much more modestly, where he would sit in a public space like a university campus or a park, and in essence hold what he called prove me wrong sessions with people who had differing views on whatever it might be, and they would have a conversation
we
that ultimately
cannot
ended up
have
online,
political violence in this
or
country.
being used in Kirk's podcasts
Look
and
what's
other
happening.
productions. He's also the founder of Turning Point USA, a major and incredibly influential conservative youth movement in this country that helped elect President Trump, that helped elect others up and down the ballot. And Kirk has used that power also to put pressure on fellow Republicans to stand by the president's priorities, to support his cabinet nominees, and to ensure that things were going smoothly for the Trump agenda on Capitol Hill. So many on Capitol Hill today also quite concerned about all of this. But Maurice, it comes, as Scott said, as we're as they're seeking accountability in the second Trump assassination attempt against the president last year, amid growing concerns generally about violence in this country.
Yeah, I saw Trump's post that he made.
In this case,
I saw that already.
in a perfectly
but he's
open
supposedly going to speak
space,
at some point.
which is a university campus, as they should be. Seeing this incredible shooting here occur in front of hundreds, if not thousands, of people.
Stunning in so many ways. Ed O'Keefe, thank you for that. And we're hearing from an eyewitness who recalls what the alleged shooter actually said. Let's listen.
Let's listen.
Yeah, the man who, after they took him down, he yelled, "I'd do it again."
Wow.
Okay, that's what a witness said.
That's crazy.
The one shooter who
He
is
said, "I'd do
in
it
custody,
again."
we are told, the person said, "I would do it again." Scott MacFarlane, as we try to make some sense of this thing here, there is no sense really. What do you
Come on,
learning,
you can make sense of
about
this.
the investigation at this point?
The two law enforcement officials speaking with CBS News confirmed there is a suspect in custody right now. The university had said that. Now we have law enforcement sources saying the same. There's these images that are being shared of somebody being handcuffed on the ground on site near where the shooting was there at Utah Valley University. University is closed. There's an emergency response there being
And look,
flooded
for
by law
anybody
enforcement, just
who
as you'd expect.
on the left is going to
FBI,
celebrate this
ATF,
guy as a hero,
local
please
police,
don't.
campus
Because
security
no matter
as
how you
well.
feel about Charlie Kirk, first of all, political
There is
violence,
this,
unacceptable.
This
Unacceptable.
that
This
I
is
made for myself
tragic.
to
Second of
underscore
all,
a point. This event
all this is doing
was
is
publicized. This was
feeding
not one of those
into
you had to
the
have
MAGA
a
fascist
pass and you
agenda
had to
because
have
now they're going to increase their
backdoor
power.
way of
Now
figuring
they're
out where the
going
event
to
was
come
going to be
after
held for security
innocent
reasons.
people
This
harder.
was
And
a
other people are going to get
publicized
shot.
event,
Other people are
location,
going to
and
lose
time.
their
It was to
lives
begin at
because
noon
of what
local
this
time,
suspect did
2
today.
p.m. on the
He
East
thought he
Coast
was being a hero
in
by
Utah.
going after
Utah
Charlie
is an
Kirk.
open
All
carry
he's
state, but
done
there are
is
restrictions
increase
on
tensions.
the
All he's
carrying of
done is
firearms,
now increase political
schools,
violence in this country.
colleges, and
Take the
universities,
life of an
Maurice.
American.
Okay, Scott MacFarlane, thank you. Let's go back to Sam Vinograd. As people try to get their heads around the idea that there's been another political shooting in America, not new to this country, but there had been something of a break until the two attempts on Donald Trump. What is going on out there that we can put into some context here, Sam?
Well, Maurice, we have actually seen an explosion in politically motivated violence for several years predating the assassination attempts against President Trump. For several years, lone actors and small groups of individuals motivated by political animus have been threatening to conduct and conducting violent incidents across this country. As you mentioned, political violence has always been a part of this country's history. But there are many factors that have really spurred this explosion in political violence. Certainly easy access to weapons, certainly access to social media and the internet that will allow individuals to carefully and easily plan their attacks and get access to tactics and techniques for how to conduct these attacks and to connect with like-minded individuals. Certainly, the perceived glorification of individuals who perpetuate these kinds of attacks can also serve to inspire others. In the aftermath of this kind of incident, a key concern for law enforcement officials is always whether there will be copycat attacks or some kind of retaliatory attack by individuals who feel impacted by this tragic incident. So we're in a heightened threat environment, generally speaking, and certainly after this attack, law enforcement is on high alert.
All true. Sam Vinograd, thank you. We are also told that on social media video, we can hear the audio where an audience member asked Kirk about mass shooters in America right before the gunshot. An audience member says, "Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Kirk says, "Counting or not counting gang violence," and that is when that single shot was fired.
That's unbelievable.
I want to bring back Bob Costa here. Kirk has a massive following.
Apparently he was talking about
Robert,
transgender
and he
shooters
is on the
before this as
radar
well.
of a lot of people in politics.
He is, and we saw in recent minutes the California governor, a Democrat, Gavin Newsom, widely considered a major possible candidate for the presidency in 2028, writing on social media that he extends his prayers and his thoughts to the family, and that he called this disgusting, vile, and reprehensible to happen in the United States of America. He said we must reject political violence in every form. That's from California Governor Gavin Newsom. What's notable here is that Governor Newsom is someone who Charlie Kirk has engaged with in a podcast conversation. And Kirk is on the front lines of not only having these rallies like he did today in Utah, but he is someone who is going toe-to-toe with people of different views, like Governor Newsom, in a podcast setting. And if you watch Kirk, he can be a fiery presence on stage, but often in the podcast or the more conversational format, he's quite muted and almost low-key, trying to banter back and forth to make his points, calmly, really going into his own argument. And so you see in that statement from Newsom, not just a statement from a Democratic politician decrying violence, but he has engaged and interacted with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk has these relationships, as we've talked about on the right. He has the relationships with his friends. He has his wife, Erica, a son and a daughter. He's a father, an activist. He's a Republican and a conservative. He's also someone who Democrats have talked to in different settings in recent years, and it shows a respect for Kirk from the left. Newsom doesn't just give his time to anyone. He is a very powerful, influential figure in the Democratic Party. He took time to talk to Kirk because he knew that Kirk, I'm told, had influence on the right, had influence in the country. And that, more than a lot, really speaks to Kirk's power in this country. He's a political.
Everybody's tweeting like crazy. Dave Portnoy, CEO of Barstool, says, absolutely disgusting, disturbing video from Charlie Kirk today, and hoping for the best for his family. Anybody who's happy about this is a disgusting human. Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist who denied that Sandy Hook
Bob, we're
was
talking
real
about a guy who is
and didn't care about those children. He says,
and
breaking, Charlie Kirk feared dead after video release showing massive amounts of blood spewing from his neck after being shot in Utah. Kirk is a hero, and this attack will only inspire others to stand up and tell the truth. Hopefully it doesn't inspire others to be violent.
Marketing officer,
Attorney General Pamela Bondi.
He was shot in the neck. He's at the hospittal.
She says FBI and ATF agents are on the scene. Pray for Charlie.
The update we're getting right now
Jessica
on Charlie
Tarloff,
Kirk's
one of the more liberal commentators on
good.
Fox News, she says, a genuinely good and nice man, wonderful husband, and doting dad. This is horrific. Praying for Charlie and everyone else affected.
Yeah, this is a really distressing development, obviously, for his fathers and really for
Nick
anyone who's concerned
Fuentes,
about
who is a known opponent of Charlie Kirk. He is very critical, even though Nick Fuentes is also extremely right-wing. He finds Charlie Kirk to be too liberal for his right-wing extremism, but he still says,
if you're somebody who's
quote, this feels like a nightmare, one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I feel absolutely gutted and devastated. Pray for Charlie Kirk's soul, his young family, and for our country. The violence and hatred has to stop. Our country needs Christ now more than ever.
Joy and excitement in being engaged in the process. That's what we should
one of my favorite baseball players, Justin Seals, is the only way. Praying extremely hard
to have joy and hope and aspirations.
Justin Seals,
whether
a
you
Kirk
agree
fan.
or disagree with them at all.
Richie
but
Torres,
like
who is
leaders in this country, religious figures,
liberal,
civil rights leaders through the decades.
David Pakman
this is someone who's been able to galvanize
leader of the progressive
people on
movement,
behalf
which is total bullshit. But Richie
certain
Torres says
political figures,
the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah is an attack on our democracy.
And that's what
political
makes
violence
him
has
so
no place in America. We must show zero tolerance for it anywhere in our nation.
Such a young age and in the digital space.
Ben Shapiro,
those of us in the
says
media
pray for Charlie and all their
politics
innocence.
are trying to sort out how do we reach people? How do we get them to turn out for our events? How do we get them to donate? How do we get them to vote? Kirk has done that, and he's done it across radio. He's done it across television appearances, through podcasting, and through personally
Senator Mike at Utah, Pete Hegseth. We just watched his interview earlier. Prayers for Charlie Kirk, an incredible
for those
Christian
that have
American
joined us later in this coverage, to reiterate the influence that Kirk has had over the Trump movement, but particularly the second Trump administration. We know this was somebody who met frequently with the president-elect last year after the election to go through potential cabinet selections and say, yes, that person, not that person. Send that person to a different department.
Hey, some people on TikTok say that the broadcast has been
someone who rallied
skeptical
Republicans.
Look, come watch on YouTube because then you'll actually be able to see
the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth,
show. So come watch on YouTube.
Or put pressure on them
or just
to
search
support
Josh
him earlier this year when there
you.
were questions about his qualifications. Someone with incredible influence at the White House, someone who's visited the White House hundreds of times, and who today is very much in the thoughts of those that work in the West Wing.
And so strikingly young, Ed, 31 years old. He's been at this for at least 13 years, founding Turning Point USA back in 2012. Again, from his marketing people, this statement. He was shot in the neck. He's at the hospital. It does not look good at this point. So we will continue to monitor his condition as best we can as we move forward here. We want to bring you the words of another eyewitness on the phone right now, Taylor Dufour. He was at the event with his wife. Taylor, what did you see? What did you hear? And where are you now?
I'm in our vehicle. We're still in the parking lot. We can't get out now. We were about 30 feet to the side of him, actually almost directly in line of the shot.
Wow.
What it looks like from looking at videos.
Thank God nobody else was hit.
Everything
too.
was great. The conversation was not heated or anything. And then, yeah, next thing you know, we heard one shot fired. And
Tim Walz, governor of
everybody
Minnesota
just
and vice
dropped
president
down and
candidate, he says an
kinda
open
go,
forum
you
for
know, started
political
to go into
dialogue and
panic
disagreement
mode.
was
So,
upended by a horrific act
my
of
first thought was
targeted
get my
violence. In
wife to the
America, we
ground
don't
and lay
settle
on
our
top of
differences
her
with
and,
violence or at gunpoint. I'm praying
help
for
those
Charlie,
around
his
us if
family,
they
and
need
young
it.
children.
I can imagine just pandemonium, panic, and so forth. Did you see what happened to Charlie as he got shot and went down?
I actually didn't see it actually happen, but I did look over as he was still in his chair falling. I could see a lot of blood coming out of his neck.
EMS rushing to the scene?
Yeah. I mean, the police, everybody, you know, that works in that industry, they were great. They got right to work, and we appreciate all those.
What was going through your mind? You said 1 second they were debating politics in a civilized way, and then this. What were you thinking as this was happening?
In which a shooting like
You know, we actually, you know, me and my wife have talked about that. It's such a great group of people that come together to listen to him, the joy and the happiness he brings to people, and the things that he talks about. And on the way
Right-wing
there, we were
Twitter is
talking
having a
about
field
how
day right now, that's
cool
for
it is
sure.
that he doesn't have to live
That
in
is
the
for
fear
sure.
of having, you know, having bulletproof glass around him and everything, because the people are so great that surround those events.
And how are you feeling right now? What's your main thought?
I'm actually upset. I'm sad that anybody could hate someone this bad, and that's such a great, you know, people coming together regardless of political views. It's we're all coming together to build America up, make America a better place, and then we have this, like how somebody could hate somebody so bad. It
crazy.
sucks.
Yeah, I'll let that be the
There were
last
so many
word.
women and children here in the crowd that were just devastated and running scared, you know, and we
Yeah,
were
little
just-
kids too,
and
probably.
you can't help everyone. It's scary.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. Mr. Dufour, thank you for your observations, your insight, and talking with us. We really appreciate that. Once again, the conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has been shot during an event at Utah Valley University. 31 years old, the CEO and co-founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA. In a statement, the university said a single shot was fired on campus toward Kirk and a suspect is in custody. Turning Point's chief marketing officer is telling CBS News that Kirk was shot in the neck and is at the hospital. She also said it does not look good. His condition at this point has not been made public, but that's all we know at this moment. CBS News has confirmed there have been threats against Kirk, who had his own security detail. Today's shooting comes amid a spike in political violence across the country. Motive for the shooting today still not known. If and when we get further updates on Charlie Kirk's condition, we will bring that to you. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7. Your local
Trying to
news
find
and
any
tonight on the
information,
CBS
folks, about
Evening
the
News. This
current
has been a
status of Charlie
CBS News
Kirk.
special report. I'm Maurice Dubois.
We had a whole plan of things to talk about today, and of course, this is now the story. But this is extremely significant. I'm going to mute this while it's at commercial. Folks, understand this. Right now, there is no confirmation as to what his health is. We don't know. I'm going to see if I can find any details. I'm getting potential reports that people are saying this was a rifle round. his security seemed to have not noticed the shooter leading up to the attack. Videos of the exit wound don't seem to clearly point to what caliber, platform, distance. Very interesting to see how this is being reported right now. Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for supporting the show. Folks, thank you for watching even through a tragic event right now. But this is why we go live, is because if something happens, we are live and we are ready to break it down. There's so much misinformation spreading about this already, so that's why we need to be very diligent and counter the misinformation. Let me make sure everybody can still see this. So right now, CBS is covering it. Let me check Twitter again. Maybe I can show you all what people are saying on there. Yeah, Freddie, I saw that other angle. It was very bloody. Looks very bad. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Can everyone see this okay? Hopefully. Let me actually full screen this too. That's probably much better. Let's see. Patrick Bet-David. One of the most important voices in America was just shot in Utah. Praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. The media can't wash their hands of this. Every time they pump division and scream racism, they stir hate. So you have some posts that are simply just calling for prayers. Other posts are already injecting a political agenda into this. Candace Owens, everyone please stop what you're doing and pray for Charlie. See, there's a big difference between these posts. She's saying, think about Charlie. This one's saying the media pumps division and racism. They stir hate and create the environment where things like this happen. What a ridiculous comment, by the way. And then people look at these comments. This is why Twitter is just unbelievable. This should be the tipping point. I always think of Jews who did it. Mike, Guy, every single person in this app pumps division and hatred. That's a good point. If the left feared violence, retribution, or anything from the right, they would be cowering down somewhere. They all know the right is not violent, yet they scream how violent the right is every day while they murder people. It's very disturbing. Let's see what's directly trending right now. I do not want to see the tragic angles again. Stephen King with a great point. I will say this is a good point. The motivation of the man who shot Charlie Kirk isn't clear. Although he's probably mentally unstable. Duh. What is clear is it was another example of American gun violence. Great point, Stephen. Think about this. People are already jumping to assume he's a Democrat. Who knows? But this is another example of gun violence. And even if this person was, let's say, liberal, or maybe they didn't like Charlie Kirk, only a mentally unstable person with a gun would have the power to do this. David Hogg, the creator of March for Our Lives and the short-term vice chair of the DNC, he says, horrifying news that Charlie Kirk has been shot. Gun violence and political violence has to fucking stop. Charlie, his family, and all the students who had to witness the shooting are my thoughts. We have disagreements, but we all agree something has to change. This is a good point. And by the way, folks, remember, David Hogg from Parkland, one of the biggest school massacres in American history. Like, he is a direct survivor of gun violence, and he has been calling for gun reform for so many years. And if people were listening to him, maybe this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Kamala Harris, she says, I am deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Let me be clear. Political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we must all work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. We already read Gavin Newsom's tweet. Pete Buttigieg. Horrific to hear that Charlie Kirk was shot today in Utah. Political violence must always and totally be rejected. Praying for him and all who have been injured or impacted. Hassan Piker. Yeah, Mike, you missed it. Charlie Kirk was shot. Hassan Piker, who already tweeted, said he just objectively stated the facts that Charlie Kirk was shot, points out what I also agree with. America is an insanely violent nation. Charlie Kirk's shooting is the 46th school shooting this year thus far. And don't think for a second there aren't people that are trying to shoot Hassan, people on the right who are threatened by him because he's a leftist. There are people that probably want to stalk him and do weird things to him. Zohran Mamdani, the likely next mayor of New York City, he says, I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. Harry Sisson, he's a liberal influencer. He says the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting and absolutely unacceptable. There's no place for this type of violence in America. He is a father and a human being. Despite our differences, I truly hope he's okay and makes full recovery. Just insane. Another liberal influencer, Brian Tyler Cohen, he says the Charlie Kirk shooting is beyond horrific. Legitimately disgusted at the broken state of this country. Chris Pratt even tweeted. We know Chris Pratt's MAGA, unfortunately. I've tweeted. There's a kid with a Cubs hat. Dean Withers, liberal influencer, he says the violence has to stop. Nobody deserves to be a victim of gun violence, including Charlie Kirk. This is disgusting and heart-wrenching. I pray that Charlie Kirk is alive and makes a full recovery. I want to see what else Hassan said, because I know right now he's already starting to push back on some of the lies. Yeah, I like his point here. America is an insanely violent nation. Charlie Kirk's shooting is the 46th school shooting this year thus far. So he says, you took this political assassination as a chance to spread your own narrative. Despicable. Maybe he's actually trying to stop your people as well from being killed. This ain't it, Chief. Just condemn it for the day and move on. Dude, if we can, there's a shooting every single day. There's a shooting every day in this country. So if we just say we can't talk about it today, then we're never going to talk about it. I want to post that right now. I'm posting that. I'm going to make a post right now. Yep, I'm tweeting that. I just tweeted that. Let me see if I can give you guys the live feed again.
I want to bring in now Chanel Paul, CBS News correspondent, who's been following some of the reaction that has been pouring in already. What have you been seeing out there?
Yeah,
Chanel?
let's start there with that tweet we were just showing our audience. I think that was from the president. He is responding to this today, and Ed O'Keefe had talked about the relationship that Charlie Kirk has with the Trump administration. Here it is, the president saying, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who's been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him." I mean, this is somebody who had a very close relationship with the president. Ed O'Keefe was reporting that he actually helped make some cabinet picks for this administration as well. We're also seeing, bipartisan support for Kirk today, as we're still waiting to find out what his condition is. Donald Trump Jr. Okay, let's go with this. Gavin Newsom sending out this post saying the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. And again, this is important to mention as well, because Kirk actually sat down with Newsom for his podcast about 6 months ago.
Another shooting just now?
We're also seeing Kamala Harris just sent
school
out
shooting in Denver.
a social media post saying, "I am deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family." Let me be clear. Political violence has no place in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we are reacting to Charlie Kirk being shot, 2 students have been shot at Evergreen High School
so again, we're
in
seeing,
Evergreen,
Democrats
Colorado.
as well commenting on the situation today, really condemning this act of political violence.
That is
we are still
insane.
waiting to find out what Charlie Kirk's condition is at this point in time. I'm not sure if control room we have Vice President J.D. Vance's post, but he also included a photo that he had with Kirk and Don Jr. And the caption of that said, "Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father."
quite a bit of feedback coming in from all corners of the political spectrum, we should say. And you've been watching live coverage of this story that does continue to develop from Utah. As just in case you were joining us,
I'm going to have to make another TikTok so I can let my audience know what happened.
Event at a
So,
campus,
folks,
Utah
real
Valley
quick, if you're
University
watching on
in
TikTok,
Utah.
I know there's a few
Our
hundred of
coverage
you.
continues
Come
now
watch
with
on
CBS
YouTube because I'm about to
24/7's
stop
Julia
the live
Goodrich.
on TikTok so I can actually record and post a TikTok. But you can come to YouTube. I'm live on YouTube uninterrupted. Just search Josh the Progressive or go to the link in my bio. It's in my link tree. And YouTube, we actually have the live news feed pulled up too, so you can actually watch what I'm talking about. I'll come see you on YouTube. I'm going to make a video right now talking about the Denver shooting. Again, Josh the Progressive on YouTube. Link is in my bio. I may start the live again, but come to YouTube now because I'm turning this one off. I will see you there. Let me know in the YouTube chat that you came from TikTok so I know that you got there successfully. Thank you.
Activist and podcast host. He co-founded Turning Point USA. It's an organization that advocates for conservative politics in high schools.
Well, you guys are about to see me
colleges.
do
He
a
has
very
more than
angry
5
TikTok,
million followers on X,
which happens
and
sometimes
more
when I
than
get very
7 million
angry.
on TikTok. He is an ally of President Trump.
Let me make sure I
who
have
spoke
the correct
at a
information
Turning
about
Point
this
USA
school shooting.
conference in Arizona. Now, 2 women who were in the crowd at the time of the shooting describe what they saw when the shooting occurred. One said she heard a man shout, "I'd do it again."
I saw him just go over to the side, so everybody then dispersed and ran into the buildings or all over, but so I went toward Charlie, and then pretty soon they got somebody.
Okay.
The police arrested someone. They were dragging him all the way down. Older man, white hair.
I'm gonna film
blue
this real quick,
shirt.
everybody.
You know, so I hope that was
Breaking
him.
news,
I
we
hope
are
they got
learning
him.
of a school
And you
shooting
all are
in
physically
Evergreen.
okay? I mean, I know what you experienced was certainly very traumatic, but you're physically unharmed?
Breaking news, there has been
after they
another
took him
school
down, he
shooting
yelled,
in Evergreen,
"I'd do it
Colorado
again."
at Evergreen High School where 2 students
New
have
information
been
coming
shot.
into CBS
They're
News
being transferred
24/7. I
to a
want to
nearby
turn now to Anna
hospital
Schechter,
to be
senior
operated
producer for
on.
CBS
This
News
is a
Crime and
developing
Public Safety
situation.
Unit.
This is coming
Anna, what
just
have we
hours
learned
after
now?
Charlie Kirk, the Turning Point USA
know,
right-wing
as
influencer,
you
was
just
shot
heard
at a
those
college in
eyewitnesses
Utah
say
at
that a
Utah
man is
Valley
in custody.
University. And while that's
Charlie Kirk
happening,
was
while the
taken
news
to a
is covering that,
hospital.
2 students in
Eyewitnesses
Denver
said he
were
was
just
bleeding
shot.
from the
Gun
neck.
violence is
A
out of
representative
control
from
in
Turning
this
Point
country right now.
USA
We need
says it
sensible
does not
reform.
look
We need gun
good,
safety legislation
for
because
his
this happens
survival.
every single day. And we
law
cannot
enforcement
just
tell me
say
that this was a
thoughts
very
and prayers for
vulnerable
today and we'll
position
deal
there.
with the
Generally,
ramifications
at
tomorrow
these types
because
of
this
events,
literally
they
happens
lean
every
on
day.
campus
While we're
security,
talking about Charlie Kirk,
but
2 students in
eyewitnesses
Denver
who have
now
spoken to
fighting
CBS
for their
News have
lives,
said they didn't even have a
potentially
metal
slain by gun
detector.
violence.
They were
So
barely
wanted to make
checking
sure everybody
tickets.
knew
This
that
was
there's
a
another
large,
situation
open
happening
area,
in
hundreds
Colorado
of
right now, about
people.
28 miles from Denver
Kirk
in the town of
was at
Evergreen
a
where 2 students were
lower
attacked.
position, and the spectators were on sort of a grassy area.
We have
with
CBS
higher
News on, and they're not even
elevation.
talking
So
about the school
actually,
shooting.
very difficult location to secure. So I think people are going to be, after this, taking a look at security for an event like this, letting people come in the hundreds of people without having people go through a metal detector or at least check their bags.
I'm posting that.
But still a lot of chaos, a lot of unanswered
A lot of chaos
questions.
right now.
I think we should be very careful about speculating about a motive. We do not have one
Let me,
at this
1
time.
second. Let me grab
The
some.
person who was in custody is certainly being interviewed, I am sure, at this time. A series of events will kick in. The in-person interview will occur, reaching out to people, family members, associates, co-workers of this individual. They want to make sure that there is no
I don't think he's going to make it.
And they also want to make sure
I know
that
it's
they
speculation,
know of any red
but
flags that
every
might have
report we're
led
seeing
up
does not
to
look
this.
good, and nobody's
They
going
wanna
to say
know
that he's
about
dead
any
until he's
weapons that are
dead.
stockpiled.
But
ATF is
if there was
also on the
promising
scene,
signs,
as
people would
are
be
FBI
saying that there's
agents,
problems.
from the local field office. More than a dozen, almost 2 dozen of them at this time. So big law enforcement
I'm gonna
presence.
let everyone know about
casing
this shooting in
whole
Denver.
area.
My
They are
TikTok's
trying to
posting
clear
right
that.
now.
They have asked students to leave campus immediately. This is a very active scene and an ongoing investigation at this time.
Anna, we know that Utah is an open carry state, but the campus is not open carry. Do we know where the suspect, if in fact he is the gunman, was standing, where he was in relation to Kirk?
Well, from video that we've reviewed, it looks like the gunshot came from an elevated position, a little bit off center. That's what it appears to be. We have not gotten word from law enforcement giving us exact details about the position and how far away from Kirk the shooter was. If a long gun was used, that shot can be taken from far away. Hundreds of feet away and still have an accurate shot like that. But we just don't know. It might have been closer. It might have been somebody right there in the crowd. We just heard from these eyewitnesses who saw an older man being taken into custody, and they heard him say, "I would do it again."
Yeah, we heard that.
So police are going to be investigating eyewitnesses to see if anyone else heard or saw anything in the immediate moments, minutes, and the hour leading up to the shooting.
As we know, Kirk is a conservative political activist, a podcast host. Given that environment,
they're saying that Charlie Kirk was shot from about 200 yards away.
What kind of security was
and he's in the hospital.
immediate area
we know he's a
around
hospital
him? Do
that
we
is
know?
nearby.
Well, his own personal security team was there with him, but we don't know what kind of a periphery they had secured. Eyewitnesses told us there were no metal detectors, that they just walked onto the field essentially to watch somebody come up and debate Kirk, which was the point of the event. So very minimal security. Now, that campus does have a security team in place, but it's unclear if they did a security check a week and a week before, and then another one a day before to sort of clear it, case it, make a security plan. From my review of the videos that are out there at this time, I don't see any security on any rooftops of surrounding and nearby buildings. So I think in hindsight, they're going to be looking at this. Somebody with such a big following who would draw such a big crowd, they're going to reevaluate the level of security. In this instance, we saw people, students, able to just come right in to this open area, which is very difficult to secure. I'll just remind our viewers, an event like this poses a huge challenge. And if a law enforcement agency and security teams are under-resourced, they don't really have much chance to keep somebody like Kirk in that position at a lower elevation.
Fox News is saying he's in critical condition.
Anna Schechter. Anna, we'll let you gather
I think that's
more
probably the best way to put
We'll
it.
circle back with you. Appreciate.
Let me see if I can find any other perspectives right now on YouTube to see if there's other broadcasts that are covering this, if they're talking about anything different. Let's see. I think CBS will be our best bet for now. Let's just stick there.
Toward a visiting speaker, Charlie Kirk. Police are investigating now, and a suspect is in custody.
There were thousands in the arena for this rally. Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk. It was his American comeback tour where he challenges students to debate him. Prove me wrong. It says it right there on the banner on the tent he was under. Prove me wrong. And they get in line to come up and challenge him. And he's known for being an incredible debater and proving his points and arguing with people who might have different views.
And a very powerful voice with the conservative political scene these days. And in fact, he's considered maybe a candidate.
Bernie Sanders says political violence has no place in this country. We must condemn this horrifying attack. My thoughts are with Charlie Kirk and his family.
The president has been briefed on that. He did send out a tweet on social media a little while ago saying, God bless him. He is a great man from head to toe, and everyone needs to pray for him.
Yeah, Utah Senator Mike Lee also posted on X that, quote, I am tracking the situation at Utah Valley University closely. Please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students gathered there. And we also heard CBS coverage was talking to someone who was there who said it looked like they heard one pop.
The irony is
and it
Charlie
looked
Kirk
like he
has
grabbed towards his neck and that blood was
made a lot of comments
the
about
office chair. He was rushed to the hospital.
Pro-gun
as far as our
extremism.
coverage goes, we do have Leslie Duarte at the hospital. We'll be
Yeah, I
hearing
would have
from
debated
her
him.
in just a few moments.
You
Brian
know, he might be
Malahy
gone now.
is en route.
And that was our breaking news coverage from our partners in Salt Lake City. I want to bring in now Brian Higgins. He is New Jersey's former Bergen County Police Chief and lecturer at John Jay College. Brian, thanks for joining us. First of all, I want to get your thoughts on this, and more specifically, the detail of security here. It really seems like this was a hard one to contain and have that security detail to protect Kirk.
Large crowd events in the open are extremely difficult, probably one of the most difficult events to secure. We've seen this in multiple shootings like this, from President Trump to presidents of other countries, elected officials, celebrities. When they're attacked, it's usually in open air crowded events.
So in a situation like this, things are happening so quickly. So how do medical professionals and law enforcement react in those initial seconds when it's so crucial to make sure that Kirk is okay and that the crowd is under control?
So there are three major categories that are addressed at the outset. First is getting treatment to the injured individual. Secondly is stopping the threat, finding out where that threat came from, and making sure that no one else can be injured, and then dealing with the crowd. You're going to have a complete flood of different types of actions and emotions. Some people will be frozen, some may have panic attacks, and some may flee. So you have to address all of those areas at the same time.
What does it tell you that a suspect is in custody? And at this point, we don't know if that in fact is the alleged shooter or not, but that happened pretty quickly as well.
So we've seen this in, again, these events where we have these targeted attacks where the individual knows that they're in a crowd, knows it'll be very difficult to run away, and they take it upon themselves to just stand. Even if this individual did attempt to flee, the crowd is so tight, people are so panicked, it would be difficult to get away.
Was this a risky situation? I mean, obviously we can look at it now and say, of course it was. But given the context of what his conservative platform was, the crowd that was there, are you surprised that there wasn't more security detail?
I don't know the
I wonder
security
when we're
measures
gonna
that
get
were
an
in place,
update.
but usually in an outdoor event, and we've seen in multiple instances on college campuses where we have events, particularly conservative speakers, that have caused riots, protests. Quite a few have been canceled over the last few years. So if an event occurs outside, what we're going to need is, or what we should see is, perimeter control. You can't get into the event unless you've been screened. Types of levels of screening, whether it's just opening a bag or going through
They're
a metal
talking
detector,
like as if he's going to
is
survive. They're
typical
saying
of these events.
what kind of
Now,
security they want to see
Charlie
for his
Kirk,
events moving forward.
He hasn't
No,
garnered
Mike,
a lot
Trump
of
hasn't spoke.
threat issues. In other words, people
Trump
carrying out
tweeted,
threats. But in
and
today's current environment, I think this is going to change
are saying he's
the
going to
planning
speak.
for these events going forward.
Absolutely. Brian Higgins, thank you so much for your perspective. Appreciate that. Kirk had deep ties to the Trump administration, even speaking at the presidential inauguration in January. Within minutes of the first report of the shooting, both the president and vice president issued statements of support. CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro joining me now. Just kind of give us a sense of how close Kirk was to the administration and what the White House is saying today. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, I'll just start with some of the reaction we got. As you mentioned, President Trump, shortly after the news of the shooting broke, he posted on Truth Social, quote, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him." Vice President J.D. Vance posted twice on X, one a picture of himself, Donald Trump Jr., and Kirk, and he wrote, quote, "Dear God, protect Charlie in his darkest hour." In a separate post, he said, "Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father." And one last post from FBI Director Kash Patel mentioning that they are closely monitoring this shooting. He said that his thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. What we know about Charlie Kirk is that he was heavily involved and his organization, Turning Point USA, in helping President Trump and his campaign in 2024, but also just gathering young conservatives in the past decade or so. We know that he has appeared with President Trump in 2024 on the campaign trail at least 5 times, according to my colleague Olivia Rinaldi, who covered that campaign closely.
You're a nurse. You say that did not look like a cerebral wound.
These campus tours.
Thank you for your insight.
Invite students to come debate him, and moments of that really got viral and became viral on both sides of the political spectrum, aside from the events that he was doing with President Trump. And we also know that Turning Point USA, his organization, and Turning Point USA Action were heavily involved in the ground game in battleground states for the Trump campaign in states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, where they worked with the super PAC led by Elon Musk, who was also supporting the Trump campaign. But this is someone who is a figurehead for conservative millennials and those younger, and was about to embark on a
Did not expect something like this to happen while we were live today.
Beginning in Utah.
All right, Aaron Navarro. Aaron, thank you. All right, I want to go to our breaking news correspondent Chanel Call in the CBS newsroom in New York with more on what we're learning about this developing story. Chanel.
And Jules, certainly moments of tension, of panic on campus at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. We've been talking about what happened. We now know conservative commentator and influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck this afternoon. This is somebody who is very close to the Trump administration, right? We were talking about his relationship to the president, just how close he is. Well, he was part of picking the cabinet for this administration, as we've now learned. I do want to mention, though, the event that he was there on campus for was meant to be this prove me wrong table, right? So the idea here was folks would be able to come up, they would be able to talk about a political issue, they'd be able to debate him, and the idea
Some people are saying maybe the shooter got away.
As you saw in these images that we've been sharing with you all afternoon, there was a massive crowd there. But I also want to mention, Jules, there was some controversy and concern about holding this event on campus. In fact, as of this morning, over 6,700 people had actually signed a petition asking the university to cancel the event and bar Charlie Kirk from campus. Obviously, that didn't happen. The event went ahead as scheduled. There was a really big turnout there. And then, of course, Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck this afternoon. Now, we are still waiting for word on his condition. In the meantime, though, we're seeing reaction not just from top Republicans like the president.
I'm checking out a New York Times update right now, trying to see what they're saying.
Violence. So I want to share a few posts with you. This one from Democratic Governor of California, Gavin Newsom. He wrote this: "The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form." This is notable because Kirk actually sat down with Gavin Newsom for his podcast about 6 months ago. So these folks had met.
I know that shooter got arrested, but there's some reports right now. I don't know how verified it is, but I'm just giving you the information I'm receiving. That
Kamala Harris also
that suspect might not be the suspect. Yeah, so this is from New York Times. Listen,
Doug and I sent our prayers
this is 2 minutes ago from the New York Times. Mike Levinson, he says, "The police have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, a university spokesman. The university had earlier said a suspect was in custody, and videos online showed an older man being detained by police officers."
That he was holding called the American Comeback Tour. He had this Prove Me Wrong table that folks were able to join him at, debate about a political issue. And the idea was for this to be entertaining. Obviously, it ended with this act of political violence. And at this hour, we are still waiting for an update on Charlie Kirk's condition. Jules?
Yeah, we're standing by for that. Chanel Call, thank you so much. We'll circle back with you for the latest updates on 24/7. CBS affiliate KUTV, which is based in Salt Lake City,
I'm going to report about that.
The university's campus, and reporter Leslie
that they might not have the right suspect.
Where authorities are gathering. Let's take a look.
Mary Ron, this information is still developing. I'm getting that information just as the newsroom is getting it as well. We can confirm Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at Timpano.
Mind you, Charlie Kirk is on the record saying it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so we can have the Second Amendment.
What is happening? This is where I'm at, in front of the hospital, the emergency room, straight ahead. The entrance has been taped off. There's several police cars. Moments ago, I saw people being escorted under that tape into the emergency room. But other
Somebody
than
sent
that,
another
this scene
angle.
is
I'm not going to
pretty
show it,
much
and we're not going to watch it, but there are
very
other
tight with
angles
security
surfacing
as
of the
we
bullet.
know that Charlie is being treated in that area. I've reached out to media relations in the hospital to get more information as to what's happening. We don't have that yet, but throughout my time here, I've also seen people arriving almost knowing something was happening, whether they knew who Charlie was or had heard of him. Even on the road, some people commenting, supporting and hoping well for Charlie. This is still a very active scene. Charlie is a very popular political figure and certainly is catching the attention of a lot of people as they are concerned for his well-being. Right now, this is all we know, that he is in critical condition, and as soon as we get more information, I will bring that to you. Mary, Ron, back.
All right, information coming in just by the second here, and we have new information into our CBS News 24/7 newsroom, an interview with a man who was at the event and spoke
Well, why don't
to
they mention
Charlie
the fact
Kirk
that the shooter
just before the
is currently
shooting.
at
Let's
large?
listen.
The New York Times is saying that they don't have the right
After
guy.
I got done talking to him, I really couldn't exit because there's such a big crowd. So I turned around, and like 10 to 20 seconds later, after I got done talking to Charlie, I saw that he was shot in the neck and that he was squirting blood everywhere. But I was piecing things together, and it was really weird because the second guest that I talked to, before I went and asked him the question, what I was going to ask him, he was talking to him about how he was going to ask about transgenderism or something like that. But nothing about shootings. And this is the irony that came to me, which was like, right when he asked that, not like 5-10 seconds later, he was shot. And not only that,
That's
right after that,
unbelievable
someone
irony.
confessed to it who had no weapon, which makes me think that it was clearly a setup and that multiple people were involved. So, but prior to that, that's all I saw because everyone was squirming. I didn't see anyone fire a shot. I think it had to come from an elevated position for sure. And I think it had to have been a long rifle based off of how, so Charlie was like 10 yards in front of me from where my microphone was. So even if you have a pistol, if someone was talking about a pistol and all this stuff.
All right, that was an interview from an eyewitness there who had just spoken to Kirk right before he had been shot. So obviously new information coming in. I want to go now to Anna Schechter, senior producer for the CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit.
Any reports on why he was the first suspect? I'm not sure.
What have we learned right now?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, we've just learned that police did take a man into custody, but actually he's been released at this point. So very fluid situation. Unclear at this time if they have caught the person who fired that shot, if that suspect is potentially still at large. The campus is essentially trying to clear itself out. They have police going room to room to try to clear people away from the area. But we reported earlier, we had multiple sources who told us a man was in custody. There is video of that our own confirmed team has cleared, and that individual has now been released. So still very fluid situation, unclear exactly who the suspect is and the motive. We still do not have either of those at this time. But the latest information is that the person who was taken into custody has now been released.
Yeah, let's touch on that, Anna, because we were saying let's not be quick to talk about what a motive may be, and obviously let's not
Everybody
be quick
on
to
social
talk
media
about
is already
who
talking about the motive when the
be.
suspect
And so
they
in
had
this
was not even the right
particular
guy.
case, they did make an arrest. Was this person armed, and do we know why they jumped to that conclusion to arrest that person and now release them? I know information's coming in quickly.
It's coming in, and we do have some information about the specific individual who was arrested, but we're not ready to report that. But there are people in the community who are known to law enforcement who show up at various political events. It appears that might have been the case with respect to this initial arrest.
Yeah, the shooter is loose right now, Tish. That's what they're saying.
From law enforcement,
they don't know who the
local
suspect
or
is.
Federal, about pinpointing the suspect and letting us know that the person who fired that shot is in fact in custody right now as we're talking.
Yeah, obviously they have a list of people who are potential suspects in a crowd and notes of interest type thing. So then what does that mean for the crowd now in terms of clearing the area, securing a crime scene, and now looking for a potential active shooter?
That's right. They are going to be analyzing that video to try to determine exactly the point from where the shot was fired. This video that we're looking at right now, you can see, and investigators can take a look at the angle and do an analysis. There are people who are highly trained and have a lot of experience doing this, and they're going to try to case the location where they believe that shot was fired from. There's a forensic team that is already on that. Now we're a couple of hours after, so there's been some time for
Thank you,
law
Thomas.
enforcement
I'm trying to cover everything right now. The news,
news,
they're not even talking about the fact that a school shooting just happened.
Try to clear the area, get everyone to safety. Campus is closed, classes are canceled, security and law enforcement are going to various classrooms and other places where students gather to try to safely get them away from the area at this time. We have not been alerted that it is all clear. We have not gotten any information that the threat is neutralized at this point.
All right, Anna Schechter. Anna, thank you so much. We'll come back to you for more information on CBS News 24/7 as we monitor this. Let's get to our breaking news correspondent Chanel Call in the CBS newsroom in New York. Chanel, what are you learning right now?
Well, we're just tracking some social media reactions.
Nobody should be discussing motives on social media when there's not even a
campus earlier today.
confirmed suspect.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democratic senator, writing this, saying, "I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. There is no place for political violence in our country. It needs to be condemned, and it needs to stop now." Also seeing New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani tweeting this, saying, "I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country." Mitt Romney is saying this, "The shooting of Charlie Kirk has shocked and sickened me and my family. We extend our prayers and profound sorrow to Charlie and his family, many friends and followers. Another senseless act of violence appalls us." Nancy Pelosi saying, "The horrific shooting today at Utah Valley University is reprehensible. Political violence has absolutely no place in our nation. All Americans should pray for Charlie Kirk's recovery and hold the entire UVU community in our hearts as they endure the trauma of this gun violence." And finally, one more I'll share with you. Elon Musk writing, "The shot looked real bad, but I sure hope Charlie makes it somehow." So again, we are hearing that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck while at that campus event earlier this afternoon.
It's crazy how
Still, Jules, waiting for an update.
The amount of people that trust or say the news is fake are now just purely citing the news. Like all these right-wing accounts are like, Charlie Kirk is in critical condition per Associated Press. Like you've spent the past 10 years telling us the Associated Press is not real news, but when you actually need news, you rely on the mainstream media.
Any of those?
Go figure. Elon Musk.
Yeah, obviously
oh boy.
an extensive investigation
Elon Musk
underway
says,
with both federal and local law enforcement. We know FBI is part of this investigation, Jules.
The left is the party of murder.
There
That's
was
what Elon
a suspect in
says.
custody.
The left.
Two law
First of all, the left is not even
enforcement
a
did confirm to
party.
CBS News a suspect was in custody, and again, the university also confirming the same.
All right, we'll continue to follow this. Chanel, we'll circle back with you.
Left is not even a party, and way to capitalize off the death of a human being for political
Obviously, a flurry of social
rhetoric.
media posts from political leaders following the news of the shooting. Chanel read a few. President Donald Trump posting to Truth Social, writing, quote, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom.
Oh, man.
God bless him." Vice President J.D. Vance posted this photo with Charlie Kirk, writing, quote, "Dear God, protect Charlie in his darkest hour." FBI Director Kash Patel writes, quote, "We are closely monitoring reports of the
left is the
tragic
party of
shooting
murder."
involving
That's what the
Charlie
richest man in the
Kirk
world
at
just
Utah
said.
Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support on the ongoing response and investigation. Also, Speaker Mike Johnson posted, quote, "Please join us in praying for our good friend, Charlie Kirk." Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth posted, quote, "An incredible Christian, American, and human being. May the healing hand of Jesus Christ be upon him." Utah's Governor Spencer Cox posted a message writing, quote, "I'm being briefed by law enforcement following the violence directed at Charlie Kirk during his visit to Utah Valley University today. We will continue to share updates. Those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life. Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all of those affected." And California Governor Gavin Newsom writes, quote, "The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the U.S. of America, we must reject political violence in every form." I want to go back to Anna Schechter now for new information that she can share. Anna, what do you know?
Well, as we were just discussing, this is a very fluid situation. Lots of confusion, even amongst local law enforcement that our teams are talking to, trying to figure out what happened there with an initial
I can't believe Elon Musk would say, I mean, I can't believe it, but it's just like, Elon Musk says the left is the party of violence.
So very chaotic.
No, he says the left is the party of murder. First of all, the left is not a party. Second of all, the suspect is still at large. Like, we don't even know what the motive is. No, Jordan, no status update yet. We're getting mixed reports about his health.
Ahead of time and during the event. But then afterwards, you can imagine
right
hundreds of people running to safety, dropping items, and law enforcement and investigators are trying to come in there and find a weapon, find the suspect. Very, very challenging situation. At this point, we have no information about a weapon identified or potentially dropped by a suspect who fled, or whether or not a suspect is even in custody.
I'm going to do another
according to our latest
video real quick so I can update my TikTok audience. So everyone bear with me real quick.
Down leads. Remember, there's a lot of surveillance footage. There's a
breaking
lot of
news. Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a hospital right now after being shot earlier today at Utah Valley University. He's in critical condition because of the wounds he suffered near his head and neck. The videos are absolutely graphic. I won't be showing that to you here, but I do want to say this. Right now, it is unclear whether Charlie Kirk is going to survive or not, but there's a lot of speculation and misinformation. People are already saying that there's a motive behind this, even though the suspect that Utah police had in custody was not the real shooter, and they are currently looking for the suspect. The suspect is at large in this investigation. So there can't be a motive until we know who the suspect is. But right now, what we do know is that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition. We'll see what happens over the next few minutes and hours. I'll be sure to update you as we get more factual information.
It harkens back to just over a year ago to Butler, Pennsylvania, at that Trump rally, a large, well-attended, open-air rally.
Please do not speculate. Please do not spread false information. Just stick to the facts right now. That's all we can do.
It was complete chaos. Now, in that case,
rock the mic. You don't think they'll find him?
Secret Service snipers relatively nearby who took out the shooter within seconds. This is a very different situation, it appears, at this time. You can see on your screen, those look like federal law enforcement agents, potentially, SWAT team there coming out, and they're trying to figure out exactly what is their game plan, where teams are going to be deployed.
I'm going to record another video too.
So, as I mentioned, very fluid situation at this point.
Yeah, and Anna, I can't help but think that this has been more
breaking
than an
news.
hour
The
since
suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting is currently at large. Utah police initially had one person in custody, an older white man. That person, as it turns out, is not the suspect. It is now being confirmed by Utah police that they are looking for the real suspect. The suspect is currently at large. large.
that.
They're not
And
sure
now
where to
just how
find
widespread
this suspect.
point,
Meanwhile,
because
Charlie Kirk is at the
farther
hospital.
out
He's in
we
critical
are
condition.
from the
We'll update
initial
you
event,
once we know an
that
answer
then
about his
widens
health,
the,
about whether or not he's going
the
to
periphery
survive
of
this
places
tragic
that law
day.
enforcement needs
But
to
people
search.
online are already
So this is
spreading
potentially
fake
getting,
rumors about
more and
the
more
suspect, when in
difficult. And we
reality,
should
they don't have the
remember,
suspect.
in
The
this
guy
day
they
and
had at
age,
first
you
was not the real
generally do
suspect.
have a lot
So we
of
cannot jump to
surveillance
conclusions
cameras
about the
around,
motive
but that
behind the
does
shooting
take
when we
time
don't
to
even
review.
know who the real
So
suspect is.
certainly all of
Let the
that is
police
going
do their
to be
investigation. The
recovered.
FBI is there
But
as
more
well. Be very
questions than
skeptical about all the
answers at
information you
this
see
point,
until
for
everything is
sure.
confirmed and
You see
verified. I'll
there
be sure
that
to
members
update
of
you
that,
with factual
police
information
SWAT team
once we know the
there,
truth about what's happening in
it
Utah.
seems like they've been given their marching orders. They're going to a specific
Jenny,
location.
where are you finding it
that looks
confirmed
like
that he
a
died? I don't
Humvee
think it's
that
confirmed.
They're riding on.
Let me see.
They have their bulletproof vests on, long guns. So they're the gentleman in the front pointing. So we just have to wait and see in terms of how they're going to apprehend the suspect.
Absolutely. And as we look at this investigation to finding the suspect, we're certainly waiting for more information on Kirk's condition as well. We'll certainly report that just as soon as we have it. Anna, thank you for your thorough reporting there. I want to now go to our coverage from our affiliate in Salt Lake City, KUTV. Their reporter just spoke with a witness. Let's take a listen.
Their connection to this.
Yeah, I'm here with Andrew, who said he's about 20 feet away from the booth when all this happened. So, Andrew, just walk me through what you saw, what you heard.
For sure. So basically, I just heard a shot. Charlie Kirk got hit. It looked like it was on the right neck and fell towards the left. Security took him immediately, and we all crouched down for a good 5 seconds. And in my head, I was thinking, wait, what are we doing? We're gonna get out of here. So I basically started yelling, guys, we gotta go. And we just all started leaving. I left all my friends. We just lost all each other. And then I just came and found my host family's dad in office. Yeah. So I'm here right now outside the campus. But it was insane.
How have you been? I mean, it's been a little while since this all happened. Are you still kind of, adrenaline's going, shaking up?
Basically, my heart's beating pretty fast. Adrenaline's there. It's really traumatizing. Definitely something that I've never witnessed before. I think a lot of the college students were there, even some teenagers and some kids with families. I think everybody's probably feeling about the same of how I feel right now. So.
I mean, just what are your whole thoughts on this? I mean, this event comes and people come out and show out not expecting this.
I'll be honest with you, I'm neutral, moderate, but you can debate, argue, disagree with whoever, but I think it's totally wrong to shoot an individual. Yeah, so I'm just trying to digest everything right now, but that's my thought at least. So.
How long would you say it took for everyone to get out of the area?
Probably for a little bit. I think maybe up to 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yeah, everybody was packed, and there were only 2 entrances basically. Of what I've seen on the right side and the left side. So it took for a while, and there was a big chunk of people gathered together, and they were trying to leave throughout the door. So yeah, it was there for a while. Some people were actually trying to find who was a shooter there, and they were screaming and yelling. And
I don't know.
But I was just trying to get out of the scene super quick. So.
Have you been able to make contact with anyone you were with?
I have. Everybody's safe with their families and friends. Yeah, and I called them and they asked me if I was okay, and I'm fine, and everybody's doing okay. So, yeah. One shot. Yep.
All right, that was an eyewitness, a student there that was at the event. Let's bring in Jordan last, a witness who was at the event when the shooting occurred. Joining us right now. Thanks so much. Can you talk about what you saw, what you heard right after noon today?
Sure, yeah. I went to the event, basically first, political event I've decided to go and engage in. Had a couple questions for Charlie. We were only about 10 or 15 minutes into the event, and I was kind of near the line where people were asking questions. I couldn't actually see Charlie, but I heard just a loud pop. And in my mind, I was like, okay, could be a firework, could be something. But,
it looks like Charlie Kirk is dead.
Had a cement kind of pillar or barrier behind me, and just to be cautious, I kind of went behind it. The people with me were like, what was that? And then that's when people started saying to us, hey, Charlie's been shot. I saw him fall. And then I knew, okay, this is an active shooter situation. I crouched down. A lot of us crouched down. We really didn't
We're
know
seeing
what to do.
somebody
I was
says
just kinda
Utah
waiting
Speaker
for,
Mike
I guess,
Schultz
other shots to
confirms
go
Charlie
off.
Kirk is dead. But how would we
Maybe
know?
30 seconds after the shot, people started to yelling, "Run!" There was a door maybe 10 feet from us, and people started filing through that. And so we said, "All right, let's go." I crouched down, went to the door, and I just took off running. And I guess ran as far as I could.
I don't see confirmation
until I felt
yet.
safe to the parking lot, and then eventually to my truck. And it was with a couple other people, and we all kind of stuck
Some
together.
outlets are starting to
We didn't know each
say
other
that
beforehand, but
he's
stuck together. We're just talking about it afterwards. So that's basically
dead, but it's not
what happened to me. I was
not
maybe
verified.
50 to 100 feet directly to the right of Charlie Kirk when this happened.
Leading up to that, I'm curious about your thoughts on security. There was a lot of people there. It was an open crowd. It's an open carry state, not an open carry campus. But talk about kind of the optics of security before this happened.
Yeah, so when I came in, I noticed the security team. I actually walked right by them. They were checking things out. But I did notice, no one's checking for weapons. No one checked me whatsoever. And
I'm getting
honestly, I did think
an angle
during the event before it happened.
Hang on. We might be able to see somebody has an angle of potentially the real shooter not shooting. I don't think we're going to see anything violent in this clip, but this is what people are saying. There's another guy that they were dragging. I don't know if this is the same guy. No, I think this is the same guy. Very strange behavior. If this isn't the suspect, then why was he saying these things? Listen to this.
Shoot me! Shoot me!
Was that you?
We don't know if it's him or not.
You hear the cops say, we don't know if it's him or not.
Hey, let him in! You disgrace those garbage, you mock God! Hey, leave it!
Very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. Where can I find some information about him?
New video captures the moment the crowd heard a gunshot and everyone started running. So you can see the crowd react to the sound of the gunshot and mobs of people rushing to find safety. Take a look.
Some people are saying he's dead.
So you can see the mayhem unfold. You can hear it right there on the camera, and then the fear that those people were experiencing at that very moment. I want to go back to our breaking news correspondent, Chanel Call, in the CBS newsroom in New York. She's been tracking the latest information. Chanel, what do you have now?
Well, still a lot more questions than answers, but we are getting some clarity on the shooting suspect. At this point, Jules, we can confirm he is not, or they are not, in custody. 3 sources familiar with the investigation say that the shooting suspect is apparently still at large, and that search is still underway. We know that this happened around 12:20 this afternoon on campus. You just showed our viewers that video, and you can just imagine how tense and how scary it would have been to be there. It did appear as though hundreds of people were there gathered for this event. And we also know, Jules, that this was a single shot, single target situation. We heard there from a number of different witnesses this afternoon saying they heard that really one loud pop. In the moments after, obviously, there was a lot of chaos. We've seen the videos now of all of those people trying to run away from the scene. We also know that there was some controversy and some backlash to this event in the first place. I can tell you that as of this morning, over...
Well, that's weird. Oh, is this them saying he's dead? What happened?
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Maurice Dubois. The conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley
I'm going to make a video of that
University
right now.
Earlier this afternoon.
Let me keep the sound off for a second so I can record, but then I'll let you everybody hear it. Breaking news, it is confirmed that Charlie Kirk has died. He has passed away after being shot today at an event at Utah Valley University. He was speaking as part of his America Comeback Tour. He suffered wounds and was just confirmed dead. This is being widely reported now across all networks. So this is 100% official. He has passed away. And I just want to say there is no room for political violence in this country right now. The rhetoric in this country has gotten to a point where these types of tragedies are happening far too often. We just saw Minnesota lawmakers lose their lives earlier this year. And we are an incredibly violent nation. We have to address the systemic gun problem that we have, because now it has taken the life of Charlie Kirk. And who is to say that this is going to stop anytime soon? So just wanted to come on here immediately, let you know that it is confirmed Charlie Kirk has passed away. He did not survive the wounds that he suffered. It didn't look like he would, and now it is confirmed that he has passed away. This is the factual information. Don't spread misinformation. This is what has been confirmed. He's dead.
The FBI and the ATF are among the investigators on the scene, along with local police. But let's take a look at that Utah Valley University statement. It says on September 10th, 2025, 12:20, it's Mountain Time, a single shot rang out in the quad near the food court on the Utah Valley University Orem campus. That's as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot.
31 years old.
We don't know his condition.
Has already
the
changed.
suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. So you have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI's Salt Lake City field office is there as well and responding. But there is no information now as to if there's a suspect that's known to law enforcement, where that suspect is, if a suspect is wounded, in custody, or otherwise. So we'll wait to see what law enforcement has to tell us.
Folks.
But that's obviously an enormous variable right now as the campus remains closed and as the country reacts to this tragedy.
Okay, Scott McFarland, thank you so much. Certainly a shock to the system. Reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum this afternoon as process his death here. Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joined us as we watch this video. Ed, this is the moment that he was shot. Blood was then seen pouring from the side of his head, from his neck, and now this.
Good point, Eileen. Let's not forget about the children in Denver who were shot today, and who knows what condition they're in right now.
This is
the unfortunate thing is, you know, the children in America, they don't get the
especially Ken quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country. This is yet another high-profile example of it. And I think, Maurice, it's important that we acknowledge that there are probably many people watching right now who don't necessarily know who Charlie Kirk is, are not familiar with the work he's been doing for the last several years, because in our increasingly digital and divided world, he may not have been served up to them in their algorithm and in their feeds. And he is a 31-year-old from the Chicago suburbs, as you said, founded this group Turning Point USA back in 2012, and especially among younger conservatives, galvanizing them to vote for various Republican candidates, and became very close with the Trump family, the president, Donald Trump Jr. especially. He was among those that pushed now President Trump to select J.D. Vance as his running mate, believing that Vance reflected the future of the Make America Great Again movement, and was able to convince him to do that. And then last year, during the presidential transition, was in Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago on a regular basis, meeting with the president directly, handpicking potential leaders for the new Trump administration, cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, weighing in, saying that they were key to the new government. I'm going to see if I can fix that. And he was hosting, in this case, as you can see there on the 10th, the American Comeback Tour. This was the opening of this tour that was set to go to other campuses across the country. They regularly draw thousands of people, mostly students, mostly men. And as you see there on the tent, it says, "Prove me wrong." He had this popular segment where he would essentially sit at a table, and in this case under a tent, and invite people who disagree with him on issues to, quote, "prove me wrong." And they would have an exchange of ideas that was generally respectful. And it could be on anything from issues in the Constitution to something in the cultural zeitgeist at the moment. And the goal was to just have those free flow of exchanges between them. But he was most especially an influential and key figure in the Trump movement. Again, close with the president, And many in the White House who this afternoon are quite stricken by this news. Our colleagues who are over at the White House say when this news broke, as they learned about it as we did, many of them rushed into closed-door meetings and have been seen to be quite upset by this, understandably, because this is somebody who worked with them to get Donald Trump reelected. And in many cases, probably weighed in on whether or not they should be holding the jobs they do, and would have campaigned alongside him back in the day.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you for that. Vice President J.D. Vance weighing in, saying, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, sending out a prayer for Charlie Kirk. 31 years old, a major figure on the right. Even if you don't know him, he was known and loved by many people across the country. Let's go to our CBS News Chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You can't overstate his impact on the right, Bob.
A tragic moment with many developments
Jordan,
at this time. The governor of Utah has just posted on social media, Governor Cox, that he spoke with President Trump and said that, quote, we will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy.
I don't think I can change it mid-broadcast, but
talking to many people involved on the phone, CBS News has also just learned that the House of Representatives,
I can't change it mid-broadcast,
led
Jordan,
by
but we
Speaker
can
Mike
fix it next
Johnson,
time.
Republican of Louisiana, just is called for a moment of silence to recognize the death of Charlie Kirk and to offer prayers for his family. This is a seismic political moment in American politics. While he is so young, as Ed O'Keefe said, he is someone with enormous influence and power. And this comes at a politically charged moment in this country where so many people feel on edge. You feel it when you cover events, when you cover the president of the United States. But this is someone I've been covering conservative politics for.
Thank you for watching
nearly
today,
20
everybody.
years.
This is obviously
he is such a star
not
because
what I
of the way he
expected to talk about
articulated
today,
his views
but
and was able to sit down with people not only on the right and in the center, but to sit down with figures like Governor Gavin Newsom of California and many Democrats. This is the death of someone with influence, but also the death of a rising political star. So many Republicans on Capitol Hill are heartbroken because they saw him as a friend. They also saw him as a real leader of conservative politics in this country. And for the president to make the statement about his death tells you a lot about how President Trump, who has been the Republican nominee for the past 3 presidential cycles, how he feels about this man. And it's hard to quantify and characterize the amount of
I guess
anger,
Donald Trump also said that he's
frustration,
dead.
pain that is being felt in so many corners of American politics right now, especially those who knew Charlie Kirk.
And Bob, he had no small part in helping Donald Trump get reelected, right? I mean, Trump gives him a lot of credit for getting out there and getting the youth votes.
Donald Trump
President Trump certainly does.
Over the years, I've talked to President Trump, and he believes he's always at the center of his political movement, and he's the one who drives it forward. But
this is what Donald Trump said. Listen. He says, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and my family. Charlie, we love you. And then earlier he said, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. And this all started this morning. We were going to talk about this. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. And now we might not even get the president to talk about what's happening in Poland. And tomorrow's 9/11 too. Yeah. Wow. Wow. This is insane. Thank you for being here, though. Thank you for all watching. Just reacting to everything right now. Wow. Let me bring you back the news feed so we can look at this together.
The first question had just finished. It was kind of a longer question, so they had maybe done that for 10 or so minutes. And they had just gotten into the second question, I believe. And that's when I heard like a huge pop. Whenever I hear sounds like that, you know, first I think, okay, maybe it's just fireworks. But after a few seconds, you know, all of us kind of standing together, you know, it's a very suspicious sound to hear with tons of people. There were so many people there. And there was, I guess, like a cement pillar or wall kind of right behind me. So as this suspicious sound has just gone off, I kind of put myself behind the wall. It was very, very good cover in case anything was happening. And then my brain was processing. You know, it's a very loud sound. It seemed to me to come, in my mind, it came directly from the center of the crowd. I don't know where it came from, but that's just what my mind, I guess, was thinking. And then that's when, after a few seconds, people started saying, like, "Oh my goodness, Charlie was shot. I saw him fall to the ground." And that's when I realized this is a serious situation.
See, Jade, I know you come from Australia, and there's not
great cover, but I was then just listening for more shots because obviously this could become a much worse tragedy than it already was. And there were no more shots coming. We were maybe 30 seconds passes, and that's when people start yelling, "Run." There was a door maybe 10 feet away from me. I had to lose my cover to get to the door, but it seemed like the best option. So crouch down and just go with the people.
Yeah.
As soon as I got through the door, I ran as fast as I could, I guess, and as far as I could.
Now, Jordan, I'm glad you're all right to tell us about this. From all accounts, the atmosphere was, you know, pretty pleasant, right? Pretty chill. People were into it. They were listening to their speaker. I'm wondering, you said security detail. You passed a security detail. Others have told us there was no security. So describe for us what it was like to get into this. I guess it's a quad there at the school.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but, you know, they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were a security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything. And in fact, I mean, I've been in not a shooting situation, but other dangerous situations before. And so I'm often thinking about these things. I did think, you know, anyone in here could have a gun. No one checked me. So I was, you know, it's just a thought that came through my head.
Yeah,
it's very tragic.
Kind of a haunting image there. All right. Well, Jordan Last, thank you for sharing with us what you saw and what you did in those terrifying moments. I want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, a lot of reaction coming in from the White House where he was very close with so many people there.
That's right, Maurice. I was actually meeting with a White House official today when the news broke, and then several staffers were in and out of the area, and they were all visibly shaken, deeply saddened, and throughout the day have seen that from officials here at the White House.
And the footage I already saw earlier,
including tears and people consoling each other, because, Maurice, this wasn't just a trusted advisor to President Trump. This was a friend to so many people here at the White House. They worked closely with Charlie Kirk during the first administration, during the president's re-election campaigns, and of course now as he is in office for the second time. This is somebody who has a direct line to President Trump, and his inner circle. And so it is a very solemn day here at the White House, including for President Trump. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House several times. I remember one of the last times he was here, we shook hands, and he was always so excited and proud to have this relationship with President Trump. Most recently, Maurice, he was here at the end of May for an event, and the president was asked a question about the youth vote, and he pointed right to Charlie and said, you know, TikTok was a big reason why I won the young vote, and Charlie was the first person who told me to engage on TikTok. So he credited Charlie with so much of his victory, so much of his successes politically, and again, we are hearing reaction from the president and from so many other officials here.
It makes you wonder
what
could have been different if he was still here. I mean, people are talking on the news right now, like he could have ran for president potentially. He could have been a congressman or a senator.
Outside the Turning Point
clearly,
USA headquarters,
you know, if somebody
that is
had a motive,
Phoenix.
they might have taken him out because they felt like maybe
again, Charlie Kirk was 31,
threat,
founded
but
that,
we don't know what the motive is.
12 years ago, or when
the
he was
suspect is still at large, and right now you see people on Twitter already making up assumptions about the suspect when they don't even know who it is.
The office behind us here, you can see, is now blocked off. There is security here. We understand employees were sent home after the shooting. We just watched one woman come up with 2 bouquets of flowers that were taken inside the building here. You know, Charlie Kirk is an Arizona resident. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just put out a statement, Maurice, saying that she is deeply saddened by this news.
My volume should be good.
Adding that this tragedy is not about who Charlie Kirk supported politically. It is about the devastating loss of a father, a neighbor, and an Arizonan who called this state home and whose life was cut short by senseless violence. It's not the first time an Arizona political figure has been impacted by political violence. Of course, Gabby Giffords was shot and nearly killed at an event in Tucson here.
I see. It's because, because I left the news feed going. Apologies. Still working out some of the learning curves of this. If I'm talking with the news clip, it's too loud. I get it. I just muted my computer, thinking that the news volume would go away, but actually it's still being recorded. So now you know. It's not going to happen again. This is really insane. Apparently in Colorado right now, there are tons of ambulances and emergency vehicles because of the 2 students that were shot in Colorado as well. And we're not getting anything on the news about that, unfortunately. Very interesting. I just saw some new footage of Charlie being rushed out of the scene. So like the medics were rushing him out. There's footage of him being taken out, which is interesting. If anybody wants to watch that, it's out there. I'm not going to show it here, but that footage exists. Folks, we're a violent country. We're a 3 students now in Colorado. Let me see about that. Yep, we know he passed away. It's confirmed. But there is now also 3 well, we knew there were 2 students, but there's apparently 3 students. At least 3 students have been injured, so there could be more. That's just so America of us for that to happen at the same time as this happening right now. That's fucked up. Well, thank you everyone for being here. If you haven't already, please like this video, subscribe, and share this channel with a friend because there's been so much misinformation. I really appreciate everyone for being here so we can actually share facts we can actually deal with this like Americans and come together and, grieve the loss of an American, regardless of the politics, regardless of it. And, it's a very embarrassing thing for our country. And if I was in another country, I would not want to visit this country knowing that this thing happens all the time. And there's kids that are losing their lives in schools. Right now, 3 children are fighting for their lives in Colorado. I'm going to tweet about that because people aren't aware. This is insane. Okay. Let you everyone hear it again.
California Governor Gavin Newsom was one of the first notable Democrats to weigh in on this, saying that the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. And what's notable about Newsom weighing in is the fact that earlier this year, as he launched his own podcast, the governor invited Kirk on to discuss essentially how Kirk had successfully done it for years for Republicans and what it was perhaps the Democrats could learn in their engagement digitally and in events like this to reach younger voters. As anyone may recall from last year, the big takeaway was that the Republican Party, the Trump...
everybody needs to lose their guns. We have that right for a reason, but there are too many crazy people getting guns all the time. And it's because it's way too easy to buy a gun. Guns can be perfectly legal, and still we can recognize that they're dangerous weapons that you have to prove that you're responsible enough to have, and you should have to reprove it over and over again, like every few years. Same way you go and get your smog check. Same way that you had to get your driver's license. You had to do a whole driver's test and get your permit to get a motorized vehicle. Why is it that people in some states you can go to a bank and open a bank account and get a rifle? That was shown in Michael Moore's movie Bowling for Columbine. Like, you literally don't even need to do any background check. You can get a gun in so many states in this country. And sure, maybe some shootings, it's like the shooter had a background check and they got their gun legally. But you can limit these things from happening. It's way too easy to get guns. Way too easy.
Some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
I'm going to prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Looks like Speaker Mike Johnson held a moment of silence in Congress. They never do this for the children, though, I will say. They never do this for the 3 students that were shot in Denver today.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there, at least momentarily, in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how quickly he galvanized people on both sides of the aisle to speak out, not only to denounce the violence, but to acknowledge the influence that Charlie Kirk had.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's go to Justice correspondent Scott McFarland now. Scott, first we were told they have a suspect, and now we're told they had the wrong guy.
We've been blanketing our FBI contacts with questions about this over the last few minutes because there is a lack of clarity over what is the status of any manhunt for whoever pulled the trigger today. The Utah Valley University statement issued mid-afternoon was that a suspect was in custody. About 20 minutes later, they walked that back. And the FBI, we know, is on the ground at the site of this shooting. They've given no updates on whether they are pursuing somebody, have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The Utah Valley University police are helping to respond to this, the local police. And we know, according to
Charlie Kirk said that gun deaths are necessary to keep the Second Amendment. It's a very ironic post that he used to make.
Folks at the university, people, and walk them off the campus.
Yeah, we'll see, Teresa, if they find the suspect, because right now there's no evidence as to who the suspect is. They had somebody in custody. It was the wrong person. So I don't understand. The person they had in custody was shouting stuff like, "I'll do it again, shoot me." But why would he do that if he wasn't even the suspect? And then how did they find out that he wasn't and decided to let him go? I'm not sure. Very weird. Right now I'm not banning anybody from the chat, but I will say in the chat, just be respectful, no misinformation, and no hateful rhetoric. We're gonna keep it professional and keep it mature. That's my only rule for now. So if you're just tuning in, we're covering the death of Charlie Kirk. We are also trying to get more information about the 3 students in Denver that have been shot. We don't know if any of them are in critical condition. It says they're injured. We'll find out. My cat just entered the room, so you might see my cat right now, Luna. But this is a very, very tragic situation, without a doubt. So, it's not how I wanted to spend my day, that's for sure. But I know this is not how so many people wanted to spend their day, and surely not the 3 students in Denver. Sorry, I keep saying Denver. It's Greene, which is about 28 miles from Denver, Colorado. High schoolers that were shot. Let me see if I can find information on that. Thank you for liking and subscribing. By the way, I appreciate that. Fox News right now is promoting that the left is at war with Republicans, which is not true at all. I can't find, there's so little coverage of what's happening in Colorado right now. But here's a video at least, so we can at least see what had happened earlier. Take a look at this.
From St. A's is that they have those 3 critical victims. As Chris has said, we believe that 2 of them are students based on information that we're also hearing from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. We'll try to be as clear as possible when we get new information about not just what is being said, but who is saying it as well, because it's not unusual in these situations for things to change, for agencies to believe one thing to be true and then find out that another thing is true. So in addition to telling you what we know, we're going to tell you who is saying it. So St. A's is saying at least 3 critical victims. We believe 2 of them to be students who were shot. That information coming from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. And just a note in terms of the terminology that medical professionals use around the idea of critical victims, it simply means that that somebody's vital signs are unstable, right? So a lot of folks who are brought to hospitals initially come in as critical patients. Certainly some of them are.
When we saw the video, by the way, of Charlie Kirk, it was pretty obvious from that video that he was not going to survive. But let's hear how the condition is of these students in Evergreen.
Obviously stabilized quickly. Some of them are not stabilized quickly, depending on the situation that they're in. So urge people not to read too much into that one word until we learn a little bit more.
Jade, there's no confirmation about the students in Colorado yet. None of them have died as of yet.
But that's how the patients came to St. A's, and that they came in critically. Do we know, Chris, did they go by chopper or did they ambulance down?
I believe this was through, I know they were having choppers on standby. I believe this was via ambulance, but
That's obviously very preliminary. Okay. We did get a statement from Governor Polis that came in just this moment. I'm going to read it to you verbatim. It's not very long. I am closely monitoring the situation at Evergreen High School. I'm getting live updates. State troopers are supporting local law enforcement and responding to the situations. Students should be able to attend school safely and without fear across our state and nation. We are all praying for the victims and the entire community. That's an early statement from the governor. It's something that you would expect, but obviously a lot of attention from the state on this situation.
Sure. And in terms of the state's role in this, you would expect the CBI investigators perhaps to be involved if necessary, right? This is a situation where the locals can call in whatever other levers that they need to pull to get assistance there at the situation. But based on what we have seen from the air and what our reporters have seen is they've neared the area. It's not appeared that there's any type of active incident going on at the moment, that whatever has happened has concluded, and now it's a situation of making sure that the rest of the scene is safe, that the school building is secure, that there aren't other folks who are injured there who have not yet been taken off the premises to St. A's or to another medical center. But you don't see anything in the posture of law enforcement there on scene that indicates that they believe that there's a continuing threat to the community.
Okay. Looks like kids are sheltered down. Let me see if I can find more information right now. Stay with me, everybody. I just started the live on TikTok again, but if you're on TikTok, come watch on my YouTube. Link is in my bio, or just search Josh the Progressive. Let me know that you came from YouTube. I don't recommend watching on TikTok because on YouTube you can actually react to the breaking news that I'm showing on my screen. So come join me on YouTube. Let's see what's going on in Capitol Hill. So just like yesterday, but different context today, what you're seeing right now is from the Associated Press. They have live cameras ready to go at the White House. So there's a good chance that they will bring us the president, which was originally planned before this Charlie Kirk assassination. And so we will see if the president is going to speak potentially any minute now. I mean, it's good to have this because we'll know when he comes out. We'll be right there ready to go. So for the 300 plus of you just tuning in on TikTok, I'm on YouTube right now. So come watch Josh the Progressive on YouTube, or go to the link in my bio. We have the White House live feed because Donald Trump might be expected to speak in response to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So come join me on YouTube. Leave a chat on YouTube so I know you came from TikTok. That way I know that everybody's finding it okay. And if you're on YouTube now, subscribe and like the video. Yeah, we did wait a long time last night. I'm not going to keep us waiting like I did yesterday because I kept thinking it was going to happen because it was planned to be much earlier, and then they ended up canceling it altogether. So what I'm going to do, Eileen, is I'll have this up for myself. Like I'll know when to go live at the White House, but I'm going to keep us covered with other news from both Utah and Colorado right now. And then when Trump comes out to speak, we will bring you Trump.
Howard Rose and his close connection with many people in the Trump White House. We begin with Anna Schechter and the latest available information not only on what happened, but what authorities are doing in pursuit of the assailant. Anna?
Well, Major, so many unanswered questions and really confusion right now. Even a couple of hours after the event, there is no word that a suspect is in custody. Our teams have been analyzing the video that showed the moment that Kirk was shot. It did appear that the shot came from some elevated position. He was in a vulnerable position because there were elevated buildings around a large open grassy area that you're seeing there. You see students running in the immediate aftermath. Here is the video that we're talking about that appears to show the shot that was fired. We're told a single shot. This is a very challenging crime scene. And if law enforcement is still...
There's a lot of fake news right now on social media. People are saying the shooter was a Democrat, the shooter was a leftist. That very much may be true, except we don't know who the shooter is. The shooter is currently on the loose. They're looking for the shooter right now. As soon as we find information about the shooter, we will let you know. But I don't think it's wise for anybody or respectful for the victims that matter to make assumptions about the shooter. We don't even know who the shooter is in the Colorado shooting either. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, because I'm getting a lot of new viewers right now, 3 high schoolers were also shot in Colorado today, but they are not getting the mainstream media to cover that because Charlie Kirk is a household name, and they're going to cover Charlie Kirk. If this was a normal day in America, a tragic normal day, they would be showing the children right now, because usually on other days, schools have shootings. But there was 2 shootings today, and one shooting happened to have Charlie Kirk pass away. So there's so much BS on Twitter right now. People are saying the shooter was a leftist, the shooter was a communist. The shooter is currently unknown, okay? And if it's true, if maybe the shooter had a whole manifesto about how much he hated Charlie Kirk, we'll find that out when they get the shooter, okay? So if you care about police, if you care about the FBI, let them do their job first, and be very skeptical, because the first suspect they had, that wasn't even the right suspect. So we'll see if they get the actual person in custody. Let me see if I can find anything about the students in Colorado right now. Very tragic situation. Let me turn this back up for you.
Also suggests that there is not necessarily a neutralized threat. We don't know, but it appears that there could be a suspect still at large as we are speaking right now.
And that is very startling news indeed, Anna, but it's important to convey to the audience that this is an evolving, ongoing law enforcement situation in that community, and we will keep you up to date. And Anna, if you get anything else on that front, you can let us know, and we'll come back to you straight away. Anna Schechter, as always, thank you so very much. Christian Overton joins me now. He was a witness to the shooting. Christian, I'm very, very sorry. You saw what you saw. You experienced what you experienced. I am appreciative that you're willing to discuss it. Can you tell me what happened?
Certainly, yes. I attended the event with my 17-year-old son, Ryder Overton, this afternoon. We got there about an hour early and had found some what we thought were good seats. It wasn't until shortly after that we moved down to the fence and were allowed to sit just off from the stage where he presented. So close. Everything went as planned. He actually even came out and handed my son, a couple of hats. So it was a wonderful, wonderful gesture, and we were excited.
That's really sad that his son just got the hats.
Second question that was asked is about the time we heard the shot. I diverted to look up just for a second to see where the sound had come from, and then seconds later witnessed Charlie with a hole in his neck and bleeding. It was at that time we laid down on the ground, not knowing what, or how many shots might follow. At that point, it was just a matter of trying to get out of the gates and go to a safe place.
The only major relief about this was that the only thing we can take away from this that's a positive was that one shot was fired and nobody else in the crowd was hit. Because normally in these types of things, you can see, other civilians get hit. Like this dad and his son, they could have easily gotten it. Let's say like they got up and then there's more shots being fired because the shooter wasn't sure if they got Charlie or not. So that's a fortunate takeaway from this. There's very few silver linings to be had. But what is fortunate is that, unlike Butler, Pennsylvania, the assassin tried to get Trump. They took the lives of other people. People died and they weren't even the intended target. Here, at least nobody else lost their life, which is good. Doesn't make it any less tragic, but it's something to take away.
Anyone coming in, so.
And based on what you saw, were you immediately fearful for Charlie and his health?
By all accounts, when I saw the amount of damage done, wasn't sure that he was going to make it. I was hopeful. His staff did a great job by taking him off the stage immediately, but it wasn't. It happened so quickly, and we were all just at that point concerned about our safety and getting to a safe place.
That footage they're showing,
And
by
how
the way,
did you go
that's
about that,
him being
Mr.
rushed
Overton? I
out
imagine that was a
and
pretty
people saying to
chaotic
get back.
circumstance.
It was because of the number of people trying to get out the same area that we were. We actually had fallen down, and it could have turned a lot more ugly. But we actually found a break in one of the guardrails or one of the fences there that we were able to get through, and then kept our heads down and ran for as long as we could.
Mr. Overton, I'm lucky enough in this world to be a parent to 3 children. Every parent sometimes gets very difficult questions from their children, hard to answer. I imagine that's a particularly heavy burden on your shoulders this afternoon.
Yeah.
What have you talked with your son about in the aftermath?
Well, we had a discussion about how difficult it is to stand up for your rights, to listen. There's been we've spent most of the time going back in silence. To be honest with you, it was just trying to wrap our heads around what we had just witnessed. It was difficult. He's dealing with it in his own space right now, and then we will come together when some of this is lifted a little later.
For what it might be worth, Mr. Overton, I wish you and your son and all in your community the very best as you work through that process, which I guarantee you, I know, will be difficult.
Thank you very much.
Christian Overton, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Michael Whatley joins me now, formerly served as the chairman of the Republican National Committee and is running to represent the state of North Carolina in the United States Senate. We'll get to that in a second. Michael, Mr. Chairman, thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you, Major.
I just saw you on the special report.
Sorry if I'm quiet. I'm
you knew Charlie very well. He was a dynamic force in American politics.
About this right now.
This has to be a heartbreaking moment for you.
It is. It is an absolute tragedy. And I think, as big as his role.
If you're not going to keep it respectful in the chat, you're going to be banned from the chat. That's for sure. And for JS, we're dealing in facts here. We're not talking about motives right now. We don't even know who the suspect is. For you to say that liberals caused Charlie Kirk to die, we don't even know who the suspect is right now. And even if it's true that the suspect is a Democrat, a liberal, etc., we are dealing in facts on this broadcast, not fiction, and that's the truth. So consider this a very stern warning. But if you continue to spread misinformation, you're not going to be allowed to chat.
Questions from critics and tries to answer them and enjoyed, forgive me, the give and take, the back and forth of it. And that created a kind of energy around these events, which was clearly evident before it started. Lots of people were there, very happy and excited to see it. That's something that was not typical in Republican Party politics even 5 or 10 years ago.
No, it absolutely wasn't. And the passion that he brought to every conversation, you could tell. This is a guy who woke up every single day and he was a happy warrior and he was ready to go out there and help change this conversation. I've got 2 sons, twin boys. Both of them were very active in Turning Point at NC State and in Clemson. And I think that when you think about the outreach that Charlie brought to the conservative movement is absolutely fundamental. But I don't think he brought it because he wanted Republicans to win or because he wanted Democrats to lose. I think he brought it because he wanted America better, and he wanted it better for his family and his kids.
Is there a Trump second term without Turning Point USA?
No, I mean, he was a very influential part of all of the campaign that we put together. I mean, he was involved. I mean, he started this thing when he was 18 years old. I mean, just absolutely stunning. The number of events that I participated in, that the president participated in, other members of the cabinet, have been involved with, not just in 24, but over the course of really since 16. He has been a very important part of our coalition of the Trump movement. And I think
he's a huge instrumental part of the coalition.
America First movement, and Charlie was a huge factor.
Still waiting for President Trump to speak, by the way. The president is not yet out. but when he comes to speak, I will be the first to bring him to you.
Was the reality in which there is not only very intense political rhetoric, but there has been violence and victims on both sides of the aisle. Maurice Dubois, my colleague, asked you, how did we get here? That's an impossible question to answer. Equally impossible is, how do we get out of it? Do you have anything?
Let me see if I can find another news feed, because I don't want to hear from this guy right now. No, we're still waiting for Donald Trump to speak. I'll bring this back. There's no better feed right now.
What the government needs to be focused on. Certainly as a father of three, that's what I am focused on every single day. And I think that, when we talk about, the escalating conversation in politics, there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of calls saying we need to lower the temperature in politics. I think that's real, right? That every time that we see allegations or we see charges that are going out there that this person is a Nazi or that this person hates America or that this person needs to be stopped at any cost, then that is something that is problematic. When we see President Trump get shot and then a number of weeks later we see a second assassination attempt, that is not right in American politics. And what we saw with Charlie today, I think just kind of compounds that
earlier this year, again, we saw Minnesota
that we do
lawmakers
need to step back and understand what is it
from political
that we're
violence
fighting
as well.
for? What is it that we're so passionate about? And reflect truly on where are we going? President Trump made it very clear after he survived being shot that he felt like he had, survived for a reason, and I think that that's very important. And I really do think that we all need to reflect on what it is that we're trying to accomplish here through these political means, and that violence is not acceptable. It is not at all.
And that your political opponent is not your enemy.
Correct.
You fundamentally believe that.
I do absolutely believe that. I think that
that's good
when
to hear,
we talk
because
about
right now we're seeing people on the right saying the left are our enemies. The left has declared war on the right. Charlie Kirk's a martyr, etc.
Making sure that families
and that the American experiment, as we've come to know it, continues.
Absolutely.
Continue.
Yes.
Logan, I'm aware of the other shooting in Colorado where three students were actually shot. I've not seen any reports confirming that they've died, though. I do want to look that up, because if that's true, I want to cover that, because you do have a point. Nobody is talking about that right now. As I can tell, they're in critical condition, but I don't know if they've been confirmed dead, which is fortunate. We're going to find out. Logan, if you know any confirmed information about that, let me know, because I would like to bring that to light if it is true. Says that they are in critical condition. I'm checking the local sheriff of that area to see if there's any new update. The last update from Colorado was that 3 people were transported to the hospital, all in critical condition. Another update is coming. Thanks for following it, Eileen. Folks, if you're watching on TikTok, come join me on YouTube. I know so many new people trickle in, so I just want to keep reiterating that point. YouTube is Josh the Progressive, or just go to the link in my bio, and that way you can actually watch these breaking news updates in real time.
And the goodness of the people of North Carolina in my particular race, and I think hopefully across the country, but it is a real crushing story that we're dealing with here today.
It is.
And I think, I want to make sure that we continue to go back to the fact, that this man was a husband and this man was a father. Ultimately, that has been what's taken away from us today.
Michael Whatley, it's a hard day. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Major.
And be safe.
Yes, sir.
Ed O'Keefe joins me now. Ed, you got some interesting developments to convey to the audience. Please do so.
Well, Major, as we wait word on whether the suspect has been apprehended in Utah or wherever they may be, our colleague Jennifer Jacobs conveys that there have been discussions internally at the White House and across the administration today about whether other Trump administration officials who don't currently receive some kind of security protection should, in fact, get more protection from either the Secret Service or other agencies. But there are, and while there were several internal discussions about this afternoon, those agencies don't have unlimited staff. So to the point you were raising there with Chairman Watley,
no, they don't know where the
about
suspect
his protection
is.
and as
Not
a
yet.
candidate, his concerns for it. There are also those that work across
Still no sign of
the
the
administration
suspect.
this afternoon here in Washington who are quite concerned.
Still on the loose.
They're all equally.
I'm going to take some notes real quick of videos I'm going to make after this.
Well, they're equally young compared to Charlie Kirk. They're equally high profile in many cases. And if it can happen to Charlie Kirk at a college campus in Utah, obviously there's going to be grave concern that it could happen to others as they go about their business, unfortunately. So that's an early sign of the reaction. The other thing we should convey, Major, if you didn't, forgive me if you did at the top, the president has ordered flags across the country to fly at half-staff until 6 p.m. Sunday in honor of his friend Charlie Kirk. They have lowered them, at least one of them so far, at the White House, and you will see that across the country here in the coming hours as it happens. I think you see them there now lowered at half-staff. So that's another thing that has happened. And we've seen the political reaction continue to pour in from Republicans, of course, but Democrats as well. Just a little while ago, former President Joe Biden and his conveying thoughts of his own and then of the former First Lady, saying there's no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family.
Yeah, Eileen, that's the same update that I saw, that the students in Colorado are in critical condition. They are not dead, but we know critical condition means that they are in critical condition. So we'll see what happens. Yes, Kyle, there was no security. That seems to be how it usually goes with most Charlie Kirk events, is he allows anybody to come in and they can just come right up to him. And I know he has personal security, so maybe he felt safe enough with that going on. But I think anybody who does what Charlie Kirk does is now going to look into more security.
America Great Again movement for the Republican National Committee for GOP candidates up and down the ballot across the country, and the influence he had in putting together the Trump government, the second Trump government, being at Mar-a-Lago last fall during the transition, literally sitting there with the president and a handful of other aides going, that guy, not that guy for this job, that woman, not her for this other gig, and making sure that they could get confirmed and that the Senate delivered the votes necessary. Also the guy that was putting pressure on people like Senator Joni Ernst earlier this year when she raised concerns about Pete Hegseth's nomination to run the Pentagon. He was the one that threatened potential primaries and other political retribution should they not follow through with the president's wishes. He was that kind of an influential figure. And in the world we live in, you may not listen to his satellite radio channel, but a lot of—
That's crazy how all this footage was just before, and we heard from the dad and his son. They got a hat from him like right before it happened. I agree, Angel. And what Angel's referencing, look, if you're just tuning in, while this is happening, 3 high school students have been shot in Colorado, and they're in critical condition. And we're not getting any coverage really about the high school shooting because we're talking about Charlie Kirk, which is understandable because he's a public figure, but it is tragic that the students are not getting the coverage they deserve as they're in the hospital. And we might be hearing from Trump right now. Hang on 1 second. Looks like we have just jumped into the Capitol. Is that JD? No, it's not JD. Kind of look like him. Okay, looks like we're on Capitol Hill right now because maybe the president is going to be stepping out. So we might be hearing from the president momentarily. So right now, please share this live with anybody you know because we could have the president or JD Vance coming to the press right this second as the live feed has just gone from their wide shot of the White House. Now we're on the ground at the Capitol. If you're watching on TikTok right now is your chance to please come over to YouTube. Link is in my bio or search Josh the Progressive because we have a live feed right now. Josh, are you afraid how this will affect the 2 parties? I'm definitely concerned. Like right now I'm concerned that we're already seeing so many far right right-wing influencers on social media saying the liberals killed Charlie Kirk when the suspect is still at large. We don't even know who the suspect is. So people are already exploiting Charlie Kirk's death for political purposes, which is tragic. Yet anybody calling for gun control is being lambasted and ridiculed, because how could you call for gun control after somebody was murdered by a gun? How dare you? And somebody literally tweeted, thoughts and prayers, man, save your gun control any day but today. It's like, there's a shooting every single day. So if we can't talk about it today because there's a shooting, well, we're not going to be able to talk about it tomorrow because there's going to be a shooting too. I think every American pretty much agrees we need some type of gun safety reform, because whoever shot Charlie Kirk today probably did not deserve to own a gun. Well, I mean, surely they didn't. But you know what I mean? Like they probably would not have passed a background check. They weren't stable. But we don't know that. We'll wait to see who the suspect is. Right now, the suspect is still at large. But right now, we're looking at live footage of the Capitol. We're waiting to see if the president or the vice president is set to speak soon. Maybe there will be members of Congress that come speak with cameras. We'll see what happens. But that is what we are showing right now. And if anything happens, I will be the first to let you know. So if you're confused on TikTok, on YouTube, you'll see what we're looking at. So come over. Garrett, I mean, you have a point. It's surely political violence. It was targeted at Charlie Kirk. We just don't know who the shooter is yet. So we don't know the exact motive. I mean, it's clearly political violence, but we don't know the details. And so we'll find out, and then we'll make our assumptions once there's facts. But even still, I mean, nobody should be saying that the left is calling for violence, because I'm one of the most online voices of the left, and I'm telling you right now, we are not calling for violence. I do not wish for Charlie Kirk to be shot and killed. I don't want anybody to be shot and killed. Right now, we are talking about how can we save more lives? How can we make schools safer? I don't want to see children shot in Evergreen, Colorado. I don't want to see people coming to college campuses get assassinated, because I'm also concerned that other people could have died at Utah Valley University today, and children are going to be traumatized. They're going to have PTSD. Think of the 17, 18, 19-year-old kids that were at that event today, freshmen in college. They're so excited. First semester, maybe they've been there for like a week because semester just started. And now they got to go to sleep every night hearing a gunshot go off, and they saw somebody bleed out in front of them. Yeah, it's graphic, but that's what they're going to deal with now. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. So we're going to stay right here. Hopefully we hear from the president, or at least major members of Congress. Usually when the Associated Press cuts in like this, then that means we have some kind of update coming. They wouldn't have changed angles if there wasn't anything happening right now. Let me see if I can find any intel as well to get some more confirmation. Thank you to the hundreds of people watching, by the way. If you're new here, I'm Josh Greene. I'm the host of the Progressive Pulse, one of the fastest growing online political shows. And our goal is to spread the truth about what's happening here in the US and around the world. And there's so much misinformation circulating right now about the shooting, so much conspiracy theories, etc. We're dealing with facts, we're dealing with reality, and nothing else. So if you've come here to speculate, spread misinformation, this might not be your show. This show is about what do we know, what conclusions can we draw from it, what do we do next? So right now what we know is we're at the Capitol, potentially waiting for the president or the vice president or members of Congress to address the media. We didn't hear any reports of law enforcement firing any weapons. We still don't have reports of the condition of the 3 children in Colorado. We know they're in critical condition, but we don't know any updates beyond that. So we'll find out. Thank you for thinking of my safety, Jacob. Look, I'm safe, everybody. I know people are concerned about other political commentators. You know, fortunately, I don't go out in big crowds like Charlie Kirk does. But at the same time, you know, you got to be vigilant because gun violence is prevalent. And even if you're not a political creator like myself, you could be at a shopping mall. You could be at a movie theater, a school. It's scary. It's scary. I was teaching at a public school last year, and there was a false alarm gun lockdown. It was scary until we realized that it was a false alarm. But literally, you know, I'm piled in a classroom with all these teenagers, and everybody had to get down on the ground, and nobody knew what was going on. And I'm just there for work, caught up in this mess. So it's like, even just a false flag was scary. I can't even comprehend what the children today went through. Tish, what's your update? Okay, in Evergreen. Are you saying the law enforcement shot weapons or they didn't shoot weapons? Or you're just asking if they did? Take your time. I can also find that out on my own too, but. By the way, anything that you all say in the chat too, I will always fact check as well. So that can be helpful for all of us because sometimes I'll see something you say, but I want to double check it before I report it back to everybody. And it's nothing personal against you for saying it. I need to make sure I'm not just regurgitating what one person says. They did not fire weapons. Okay. Well, I mean, it goes to show that even though there were weapons to defend from weapons, the gun hit the children first. We'll stay right here. We'll see if there's a update, any movement with the president at all. So don't go anywhere. There's been rumors, and I want to preface by saying these are rumors because we can address what rumors are spreading without labeling them as truths. That some people have been saying that the person who shot Charlie was a supporter shooting his gun to celebrate, but that seems so outlandish to me. I mean, that doesn't seem true at all. But that is something that's currently being circulated online. And you're right. We have a leader right now who unfortunately is going to make this worse, not better, because when we do hear from Trump, hopefully any minute now, he's going to find ways to go after his political opponents, and he's going to find ways to use this almost as if it was a false flag. It's not a false flag, but he's going to try and use this as if this was orchestrated to get more power for the Trump administration, whether it's to go after guns of their rivals or to increase funding for ICE, to send the National Guard to more places. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens over the next few minutes. I'm going to make sure that my phone is not going to die. But thank you, everybody, for still watching right now while we wait for an update on Capitol Hill. While we wait, I just want to say, so you can know everything about my channel, please subscribe. That way you can stay up to date on these videos. And if you can like the video and share the video, it helps people tune in so people can see the truth and people know what's really going on. My other socials are in my bio on TikTok and in the description of this YouTube video. So you can get more short form content on my TikTok and Instagram. But right now we are just waiting for updates. So we'll see what kind of updates we get. Let's see if we can find any updates right now about where Trump is. If anybody sees any update about Trump, let me know. Okay, well, here's an update that I guess I missed. That Charlie Kirk, this is what Trump said, everybody. In honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I am ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. So if you see flags at half-mast, you know now that is because Donald Trump has ordered them to do that for Charlie Kirk. Right now you can see on the Capitol, in the footage that I'm showing here on YouTube, that the flag is still at its normal height, but we'll see if they even move it while we're watching. Because the president did post that about 45 minutes ago. Thank you for the support, Catherine. Trump's in his bunker. I don't think he's going to be in his bunker because if he's going to speak at the Capitol or at the White House, he'll be totally secure. So no reason for his safety to be an issue. So we'll see what we can find. I'm going to be checking all social medias right now for any kind of updates. President Barack Obama posted a really well said post. He says, "We don't know yet what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children." I like how he led with that. We don't know, because right now everybody's making assumptions. Ezra Klein of the New York Times posts this. This is a very interesting observation from Ezra Klein. Listen to this, everybody. He says, "In the past few years, we've seen the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, governor of Michigan, the storming of the Capitol and pipe bombs left at the RNC and DNC, the break-in to kidnap Nancy Pelosi, and the brutal attack on Paul Pelosi, multiple assassination attempts against Trump, the assassination of Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, and the shooting of a state Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Luigi Mangione's assassination of Brian Thompson, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Political violence is contagious. It is spreading. It is not confined to one side or belief system. It should terrify us all. The foundation of a free society is the ability to participate in it without fear of violence. Political violence is always an attack against us all. You have to be blind not to see that." Wow. Okay, so we'll see if we have an update with Trump coming out soon. And the ramifications of this are going to be very serious. We'll see what they decide to do. So, one second. We're back. Got to be careful in crowds in this country because gun violence is just out of control. This is not confined to just Charlie Kirk. There was a school shooting in Colorado today. There's been school shootings throughout the year. Shootings at grocery stores, movie theaters, concerts, right? So, Kenneth, good question. That's apparently what is going to happen. The news is here. They're bringing us a feed. So we'll see if there's an update coming soon. There's sound right now too. I have it muted because nothing is happening, but as soon as somebody starts speaking, I'll let everybody tune in so we can listen together. Everybody needs to stay safe right now. Very tragic situation. No other way of describing it. And look, if anybody, needs to process this in their own way, because of the violent footage we saw today, because of the fact that other children at Evergreen High School are shot too, process this how you know how. This is something that we're way too used to, but at the same time can still feel so fresh and raw and disturbing. So no pressure at all if this broadcast is too intense. But I'm also trying to be mindful of our audience. We've got different viewers of different ages. And so we showed initially the footage of the assassination, which I think is okay. There are other close-up angles that are even more gory. You can find them online if you want to. I'm not going to show them here today. Also, don't want to risk this account being restricted for any reason by showing violence. So we can talk about it though, but we don't have to. We all know what happened, so we don't have to look at it anymore. Right now, we're just looking at whether or not Trump or J.D. Vance is going to speak. Maybe Congress is about to go on a quick recess, so maybe they're waiting outside the steps of the Capitol to see if people start walking out. Seems to make more sense that they would be going for Congress here. We'll have to see, though. But our country is hurting right now. Yeah, it was 200 yards away. Mike is correct. That's been verified. So the person could have been very far away. And that's what's so bizarre is they had somebody in custody. I want to know what led the police to detain that person. Like, what evidence did they see that they wanted to detain that person? And then when did they realize to let him go? But then more specifically, that person wasn't the suspect. Why were they screaming about shooting Charlie Kirk then? Were they just doing it for attention? Were they also mentally ill? And that's very bizarre that they supposedly let this person go if they were also still giving reasons for concern. So I would like to know when that's all going to be cleared up, because that part is very bizarre. Yeah, John, good point. They're going to go through all the security footage. We're going to see all the security footage. So we'll see what they find. I don't think the person's getting away. I think they're gonna hopefully establish some type of perimeter, and they'll find the suspect. Yeah, John, if you're saying there's footage, let me know where to find it, but I haven't found anything verified. So we'll wait to see until something's confirmed. Yeah, I know my understanding is they're still looking for the suspect, so. What are South Park writers supposed to do now? That's messed up. That is also crazy that like just a few days ago, South Park was making fun of Charlie Kirk. Thank you, DiMaggio. Yeah, I don't think we've heard any updates on Europe at this moment. So, but it looks like cameras are kind of on the move here. So let's see if somebody's coming to speak. Looks like some members of Congress are currently leaving, and they're going to be ambushed by reporters here. So let's see who we will get. Let me know if anybody can see this okay. Trump is supposed to speak. He was already supposed to speak today, so I would be surprised if he didn't give some kind of address. Let's see, reporters are on the move here.
Can we get your reaction back to work together to de-escalate the rhetoric and the hate in this country? It is upsetting. It's upsetting what's happening in schools, and we all have to work together. Hate is not acceptable.
Is that Debbie?
I can't. I cried when I found out he died. So all of us have got to work together and de-escalate the hate and the rhetoric in this country. And remember, we're Americans, and you can disagree in a way that doesn't end in a horrible way today did.
What can change, here in this building, around the country? Because we hear lawmakers, we hear political activists say that those same things every time something like this happens.
I'm somebody who goes to the other side of the aisle and talks to everybody. I'm someone who walks her talk every single day. And I'm asking everybody, I say it every day, whenever you see hate, stand up to it and speak out, which is how I've lived my life.
Thank you.
Right, but you didn't answer the question. The question was, this happens every time. When are you actually going to do something about it?
But the idea that we would, that there would ever be violence to resolve any of our disagreements is preposterous and cannot be allowed. And we've got to figure out a way to...
Captain Trips, we can't agree that the shooter was mentally ill because we don't know who the shooter was yet. Once we know, we can make our assessment, but we don't know yet because the shooter is missing.
Whether someone's liberal or conservative, it doesn't matter. It has to stop.
Jordan, I haven't heard any say. Oh, here's AOC.
I mean, I think what has just transpired is tremendously disturbing. It is the latest evolution and instance of political violence in the United States, and it must end.
Congresswoman, what message do you have to your fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment? What message do you have to your fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment and the rhetoric that has been put out in the media?
Beyond rhetoric, we need to talk about action. And we need to talk about, yes, there are words, but most importantly, we are in a job of leadership. We are in a job of action. We are in a role and a position where the American people are looking to us to do something about this. And every single day, people are dying due to gun violence in America, and every single day there are people in this building that continue to vote against doing anything. They vote against universal background checks. They continue to support legislation and also remove any way to block the mentally ill, to block extremists, to block people with histories and records of domestic violence from getting guns in their hands. So are we going to do something about this or not? We have a political assassination that happened at the same time as a school shooting where children are dying on the same day, a week after a shooting at a Catholic school where children were gunned down while praying. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over rhetoric? That is my question about this. We have to pass gun safety legislation and stop this.
She's exactly right, and thank God, like, somebody has the balls to say it, because literally a week ago, Minneapolis shooting, kids were already praying, and no bulletproof windows, no metal detector would have saved them. And one party is at least open to pushing for gun reform, and the other party, the Republican Party, is completely compromised by the National Rifle Association. And they would rather children be martyrs and Charlie Kirk be a martyr to maintain a land where everybody can buy a gun, even the mentally ill, with no background checks, because it will increase profits. People are telling me there's some breaking news audio. I'm going to take a look at that.
I mean, people can finger point all they want. Look at the record. Look at the actions of what we are doing. I don't think a single person who has dedicated their entire career to preventing gun safety legislation from getting passed in this House has any right to blame anybody else but themselves for what is happening. We have to stop this. We can stop this. And why don't we start by acknowledging that basic common sense gun safety legislation is not taking away a gun, is not attacking the Second Amendment, but it is about ensuring the safety of our children, of women, of people across this country, to ensure that guns and firearms do not get in the hands of people who are going to use them against human beings, period. Domestic violence is one of the highest indicators of whether a person is going to kill someone else with a gun or not. There are so many other indicators, and I think it is so deeply important that when a politician tries to blame words for inaction, they need to look at their action and their record. Enough of this. This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos and violence that we cannot risk in America. We cannot risk. Thank you.
Are you worried about holding events in public?
Why would AP go away? They're still asking her a question. Thank you.
Of course, it's a natural consequence to see this and to be worried about this. And I think, but what is most important is the fact that we've gotten to this place, and we need to figure out what we can do to ensure that every American can feel safe going to a public event. Thank you.
I'm already getting the understanding that we're not going to see gun reform from this right now because Republicans control the majority, and none of them are talking about gun reform. They're just talking about how the left is politically violent. So maybe until the midterms, we won't see any solution to this, and these types of tragedies will still happen.
We asked for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk, and then the Democrats decided at that point in time to try to shout that down. First and foremost, Charlie Kirk is now pronounced deceased.
Who tried to shut that down? It looked like everybody was praying.
He was murdered. I don't know anything about the suspect yet. I think everyone's waiting to hear that, but that type of rhetoric is the exact type of rhetoric that got him killed. So to be clear, we should have been allowed to pray for Charlie. I would encourage the speaker to go back tomorrow and let us pray on the floor for Charlie Kirk's family now and the rest of the people that have been impacted by this terrible loss.
You said they caused this. You said
most certainly, yes, they did cause this. That type of rhetoric, you calling people fascists, you basically saying that we're Nazis, taking away people's rights. Charlie Kirk was literally murdered, and you can see that footage online, and I would encourage people, instead of sharing that, please share pictures of his family and the legacy that he left.
Congresswoman, he recruited you to politics. Can you talk a little bit about your early experience with Mr. Kirk?
Yeah, I was supposed to go to medical school, and he convinced me that politics would be a better option. So we'll help continue that fight and for the movement. Thank you.
Very disturbing interview. That was utter bullshit from her. She says they caused this because they call us fascists. Which, by the way, this is a fascist administration. Call it like it is. They are taking away people's rights. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That's something that a lot of us were talking about on the House floor. I've got some of the most death threats in Congress, but today really isn't about me. And I think
it's not about me, but immediately makes it about her.
Keeping my focus on Charlie's wife and his 2 young children, and of course his family, and the whole Turning Point USA family, and it's the worst thing. Shocking, and everyone's really devastated. My children are devastated. Just everyone I know. It's there really aren't words.
Can you speak to his importance to the conservative movement, to your own political rise?
I really think what was great about Charlie Kirk, and I was just telling Tia this, is he would go on college campuses and tell young people to get married and have children, and just talk about how wonderful it is to.
I mean, he wasn't just they're going to try and rewrite history. He was not just going on college campuses telling young women to get married. He was saying the role of women is to be a servant to their husband, and that women had to be obedient. And the role of women is to make babies for their husband and be at the house and listen to their husband's every command. That is not what Charlie Kirk stood for. He was not this family man. And by the way, this is the party of defending pedophilia we're talking about. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm going to give you a pass on this one because you're one of the only Republicans that voted recently to release the Epstein files along with Thomas Massie. But please, we can address the tragedy without rewriting the history of Charlie Kirk.
He married and have children. He shared the Word of God. He was a Christian, and he shared the gospel of Jesus Christ, and he encouraged young people. And he also would have debates on ideas on college campuses, which, I mean, that's our First Amendment, and college campuses have always been a place for that. And I believe today he was killed for the words that he says and the things that he stood for. And we're honestly shocked. We're devastated, shocked, and angry. And those are just natural feelings.
How close were you to him?
Charlie Kirk is a friend. He was a good friend. I spoke at many of his events over the years. Knew him when he was a lot younger. And I mean, he's not much older than my oldest daughter. But I just think it's really, honestly, horrific.
What kind of legacy does he leave behind to
Charlie Kirk leaves a huge legacy. It's going to be hard for anybody to fill his shoes. He was extremely important. Students all over the country would get very excited if they found out he was coming to their college campus. He brought in thousands of people to hear him speak. Even people that didn't agree with him would come, ask questions, even argue with him. He was always about the debate, and Charlie Kirk was never for violence. And to see him murdered in such a graphic way in front of the camera, and that video is too gruesome. Honestly, I hope it gets taken down. I don't think his wife or children one day should ever see it. I really hope it gets taken down.
Yeah, that is sad. The wife and children are going to see all the videos. I mean, I'm sure his wife has seen the videos of him getting shot because, of course, she probably watched it wondering if he's okay.
Giant of the right, you were a giant of the right.
Yeah, she had asked me that too. Of course, I am very concerned. I have some of the most death threats in Congress, and they're always ongoing. But again, today it's not about me. Today it's about Charlie and his life and his family and everyone that's mourning his loss.
Thank you, Congressman. How does Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican,
Hey Rick, had something drop here. This guy, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Let me get the car. I might have ran it over. Sorry if that's something important.
We'll see who they get next.
To force us to think very deeply about what we can do in the moment to try to stop this. And it is just literally gut-wrenching to think about this. And it shouldn't matter what your political views are. You should be able to state in America whatever.
We get to our live feed. So I don't think we're going to hear from Trump in this section. I think, clearly they're at the Capitol. They're trying to hear from Congress.
Luna we got twice.
Except at the end was updated. Somebody.
Is that Jamie Raskin? What's he looking at? Very interesting moment, Jamie. Oh, they must have been talking to somebody. Looked like he was just staring at the wall. For the first time, we finally have more people watching on YouTube than TikTok. That's a win. Come join me on YouTube if you're watching on TikTok.
What happened with Charlie Kirk, you know?
I mean, it's a horror what's going on. And the gun violence is out of control. And, you know, my heart goes out to Charlie Kirk's family. What a nightmare this whole thing is. And we saw it recently in Minnesota. With elected officials being targeted.
This girl just comes in with her phone.
You know, it's just out of control across the country, and so.
Is this, so you would say this is a gun violence issue, not a political rhetoric issue?
What is a gun violence issue?
The political assassination that we saw in Minnesota, the political assassination that we saw today in Utah with Charlie Kirk?
Well, you know, there were also young people who were shot today in Colorado. I don't know if you're aware of that, but there were high school students who were injured by gun violence. So we have a major problem with gun violence in the country. America's in a class by itself in terms of the modern industrialized world. But we have rates of gun violence that are 10 or 20 times higher than Canada, the European Union, Mexico, or, you know, what have you. So that's something concrete that we can do to try to turn this nightmare around. Obviously, I don't want people engaged in political violence of any kind, whether it's with guns or knives or fists. The whole point of having a social contract is that we resolve our conflicts non-violently through the political process.
Some Republican members of Congress have blamed Democrats at this point and the rhetoric from the left as a result for this shooting. I mean, do you think that rings true at all?
Well, first of all, I haven't seen any reports about who, you know, who the shooter was or who the killer was, and I think it doesn't help a very difficult situation for people to be blaming violence like this on political parties or political factions. You know, I certainly resisted that when I heard people doing that after the Minnesota killings or after Paul Pelosi was attacked. And
I disagree, Jamie. There are surely political parties in this country that are inciting violence, and the two examples you mentioned were purely political violence. The difference is you should have said, Jamie Raskin, that the Democrats are not calling for the political assassination of Charlie Kirk the same way that people now on social media are saying that the left is the enemy and that we cannot coexist with the left because they are our enemy.
You know, there's no reason for us to get into that. The violence against political leaders is unacceptable in a free democratic society, and it is a threat to democracy. So we all have to denounce it, we all have to reject it, and we should all resist the temptation just to point fingers. That takes us nowhere. We should be rejecting gun violence and political violence in all of their forms, regardless of who the target is.
As far as the political rhetoric goes, though, do you believe that lawmakers on both sides need to tone this down?
Sure, I definitely believe lawmakers need to tone it down, and you know, we should do our best to try to make friends with people on the other side of the aisle. I mean, we're all Americans, right? So I just don't accept the idea that to belong to a different political party means that you're in some kind of enemy camp. And we all have to reject that and struggle against it.
How do you struggle and reject that? I mean, it seems like so much of this comes from a cultural animus that's almost bottom up in a sense. Can you really display a top-down sense of an example to follow that you think will be effective?
Well, I think no, but we can display bottom-up forms of friendship and relationship, and I hope we all can do it. I mean, obviously, in the House of Representatives, we got 435 people. You can't make close friends with everybody, but everybody can try to make friends with some people who are outside of their immediate, state or political group. I certainly try and do that, and I hope we all will try and do that. But it's a very dark time with the political violence spiraling out of control, and gun violence a threat to everybody in the country.
You and other members of the former January 6th committee had stepped up security in the days after that committee. Are you worried for your own safety and the safety of your colleagues?
I mean, I'm worried for the country that we're in this state. We've got to step away from violence as a way of people expressing political differences or even, passionate feelings about things. We can model for our kids that we know how to use words, we know how to use language, we know how to have conversations. But the idea that people use violence as an instrument of their emotion is just intolerable. The whole reason we have a social contract is to make ourselves safer. And that means that we resolve conflicts within American society nonviolently. And that's something that every political leader and public official today should be speaking up for. And we should be modeling as much as possible civil dialogue, even when we have very strong disagreements about stuff. We've got to model civil disagreement. And then, I feel very strongly about gun violence and the unique situation the United States of America is in. And I've been very willing to talk to colleagues across the political spectrum and across the aisle about why I think we need to act. We have more than 90% of American people who support a universal violent criminal background check on all gun purchases. Commanding majorities support bans on assault weapons, so we don't, see, future horrors like we did in Newtown or in Parkland, Florida. Some people say it's impolite or impolitic to talk about policy solutions on a day when people are shot. Unfortunately, people are shot every single day in the United States of America.
That's the point I was making earlier.
So how are we ever going to get out of this nightmare?
That's a good point. Did everyone hear what he said? He said, people say it's not polite to talk politics when someone's shot, but people are shot every day. So when are we supposed to talk about it? It's a good point. Okay, we'll see if anybody else notable wants to speak with the media. I do wonder if Trump is going to announce something. I don't think Trump will do anything drastic today, because if they truly plan on using this as an excuse to do something drastic, I think his team, Stephen Miller, etc., they're going to think it through strategically to do something drastic. Let's hear from this congressperson.
The killing of Charlie Kirk, I mean, it was obviously shocking, the way that happened. And as I said earlier, the absurdity that this is a guy that you can disagree with him. I obviously agreed with him on most things. This is a guy that was trying to open up dialogue and engage in civil discourse across college campuses, and it was part of his appeal, even those that disagreed with him, right? Just engaging in an open debate. And it was extremely popular. And, this is going to be one of those things that, changes some things. I haven't quite yet figured out how or what, but, it's, this one hits. I'm just thinking about most recent conversations with Charlie about different issues, different things. And my son, I was texting with him, and he was a big fan. And he was asking about it, and I told him, I said, stay off. He's not on social media, he can't ask it, but if somebody sends him a video or something, I said, just don't click on all that stuff. And, he asked what its status was. I told him he had passed away, and he goes, oh man, is that public news? I said, it's official. He's gone, and I'm sorry. And he said, I'd like to have met him, and then sent a Bible verse about staying the course. And I was really proud of him. But look, this is gonna change things. I just kind of got to figure out exactly how. But we're gonna stay the course and keep doing what we believe. But
what is this going to change, though? Like, are you actually going to make things safer, or is it going to change our freedoms?
And, our ability to band together. We got to do something about that.
How do you turn down the rhetoric, turn down the threat of political violence?
Well, I mean, we should be able to speak freely and speak with passion and regard about what we believe without it coming to that. That's the thing. But even just the stuff that wasn't political violence here directed at Charlie, but what Charlie was even talking about as recently as yesterday or probably today, I haven't heard what he said today at Utah or anywhere else, but you know, about what happened to that young Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte. It's insanity. I mean, with the sickness.
It's crazy how
of people on the
Republicans
street,
care
whether
now
it's,
about Ukrainians when it's this one person that was murdered here in the U.S., but they don't actually care about Putin invading Russia because they'll support Donald Trump no matter what, and Donald Trump supports Putin.
that our founding fathers, I mean, obviously went through a civil war, but our founding fathers were often at each other's throats. Adams and Jefferson famously, you know, hating each other and then kind of coming to respect each other. Like you either are bound together by something or you're not. And I think we should be bound together by a purpose for this nation.
Apologies.
And, you know, that's what I'm going to stand with, and that's how I'm going to move forward with all this. We're here for something bigger and greater than all of ourselves. Charlie lived it. Tweeted out 3 days ago about his faith in his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, so I know where he is. And just God bless his wife and his 2 young children.
What does it say that on the floor? I mean, you guys couldn't even get through kind of the prayer without it being a shouting match between folks on there.
Look, there's people on the floor that are very close to me.
Just describe to me sort of what you saw in the process. And I know there's certainly, this has an emotional impact on you too, having witnessed a homicide, but also just you have reporter mode and you have to sort of cover this. Right.
This must be Utah. What is this? I wonder who's going to speak. Is that the Utah flag? Let me see. No. Let's see. The Associated Press has taken us to another feed here. Let's see. Wait, what? No, they randomly
Classical education type
cut away, but we're back.
Engagement on the things that we believe, and that's really important. It's important to have thoughtful discourse that makes you think, that forces you to go through logic and reasoning and our history, and be rooted in history, and not let you get away with just sound bites and turn and walk. Charlie was not that. Charlie was the opposite of that. Again, you can disagree with him, but he was deeply rooted in philosophy and principle and faith and knowledge and history, and we need more.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Why do they keep cutting away? Guess they're talking with Boone Mason. Very disturbing. Let me see if there's any updates at all on the students in Colorado. Okay, interesting. The New York Times is saying that of the 3 students, one of them was the attacker. So the attacker also was shot, possibly by themselves or possibly by someone else. It says 3 students, including a suspected shooter, were critically injured in a shooting in a suburban high school in Colorado on Wednesday. So must be 2 innocent children, and then the shooter was also injured. But they say they don't believe law enforcement fired rounds, so I'm not sure why. Okay, so maybe they're saying there's 4 people total at the hospital, and one of them might be the shooter. So maybe they're tending to the shooter before they'll arrest them. But that's the latest update. And then I'm trying to see if there's any updates with Trump. It sounds like FBI Director Kash Patel has posted on X that the suspect in the death of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Wow. All right. Well, if we hear from Trump later, I'll bring it to you. But folks, I'm going to call it for today. We've been live for 4.5 hours now, and I need to move on. But thank you all for being here. Hey, look, if you're on TikTok watching right now, next time join me on YouTube. Josh the Progressive. The show is called The Progressive Pulse. You'll find it, no problem. It's also linked in my bio. And then for everybody on YouTube, thank you for being here through a very tragic day, but a day worth covering because this is what we do. We cover the facts and we share the truth about what's happening here in the US and around the world. Today we saw Charlie Kirk assassinated, and we also know that 3 children in Colorado are in critical condition from gun violence as well. Nice meeting everybody new today. Subscribe for free. Please do me a favor and subscribe so you can stay up to date on these videos. You can also turn post notifications on by clicking a little bell icon, so that way you'll never miss a video. You'll be notified when I post a video, when I go live. If you want to support my work directly, thank you everybody who supported my channel yesterday via Buy Me a Coffee or Venmo. People sent $5, $25, $100. It supports the show. It supports the work that I do and helps me grow this platform. And if you don't want to support financially, don't worry. Just like the videos, share the videos, and follow me on my other social medias. Thank you for being here today in a very historic day, but a tragic day. And I will be back with more coverage if there's more developments. And if I don't go live, you'll see my short videos on TikTok and Instagram this evening as well. Stay vigilant, stay well, and fight the fascist Trump regime.